Hello. Oh my god, I didn't fucking turn my volume back on.
소리가 들릴 시간이다.
Hi.
뭐
How's it going?
자장가로는 딱이군.
I didn't hit fucking save. Oh my, I'm such a fat fucking chud. Okay, we're actually functioning now. It only took a little bit. But how's everyone doing? I'm doing okay. I'm a bit congested. I was looking at my schedule for like next week, right? I don't think we're gonna have many stream days. I have a pretty busy schedule, actually. Like I know we don't got shit for Monday. And I won't be live on Friday either. Kind of just like it's gonna be a Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, 3 streams. One will probably be Limbus. One will probably be Super Robot Wars, and one will probably be Resident Evil. That's probably what it's gonna be. But we're here with Limbus now. We are on the end of the intervallo because we're 2/3 of the way done, and then we're probably gonna start Kanto 7, and that's where we're looking at. We do need to do a quick uptie though. So who? And I only have enough to uptie one person. I think. Actually, I can technically uptie a 2-star, but I'm just gonna uptie 1 3-star today. We gotta decide who though. I'm thinking. I uptie this Marcel. That's my thought. You know, get some blade lineage going. We can uptie that Marceau. I also could uptie. Wait, what season were you introduced? Do you not have a season? You might not have a season. Because doesn't it, like, say season 1 there? I don't think that one has a season then. Zvei? I guess not. But we can go do our one uptie for today real quick. We're gonna do I think we are gonna do the blade lineage uptie. Cause I do kinda wanna get a slash poise build going on. And I feel like he's kind of integral to that, just because, like, these abilities are kind of nuts. I definitely need to get more blade lineage though, because I only have 2. I just have this guy and this Otis here, and I could definitely use more. I have a lot of Shu association, but that's like it. And none of these are poise either. I don't think you even have a blade lineage, do you? No, you don't. But yeah, so I think that's kind of what I'm looking at. I mean, I could just get all my Ryoshus out of the way, except for this one, because I think this one was released later, so it might be a spoiler, and I don't want to do that one if it is. Because I don't have any other 3-stars, I think, that I haven't uptied. Besides W Corp. Could do W Corp as well, but I think we're just going to do the blade lineage. Because, I don't know. I feel like it. He's cool. Bamboo Hatted Kim's cool. Plus, that means I can get the, yield my flesh to claim their bones. And with a Kurkum doesn't have blade lineage ID. Oh. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know if it. I don't remember if Honglu even has a Kurikumo. Because I don't got it. I think Dawn has a blade lineage though, right? I feel like I remember seeing her have a blade lineage. Hey, how's it going, Foss? How's he doing? How's he doing? Alright, let's go do our uptie real quick.
얼마나 자객을 보내건
No matter how many assassins they send, they are nothing before me but the placement of a single stone in a game of Baduk. My plan is yet to flourish. Will they something themselves to me or something like that?
할 텐가.
I have made my move. Oh, so you have. An old man garbed in a glistening white dopo robe sat opposite the child, who wore a hat woven from horsehair and bamboo. The furnace was dark and unlit. The room was freezing. The two sat without even lighting a candle, the moonlight their only source of illumination. Yet the moon was fully waxed and bright enough to cast its cold light upon the black and white stones on the board. Excuse me. I didn't mean to hiccup there. The second state counselor and his bodyguard were having a silent discussion via the game of Baduk. What even is that? Is that like a kind of like chess? I'm assuming it's like a. Is it like a? Oh, it's Othello. Is it Othello? Is that what it is? I'm looking at this right now. No. Kind of? Okay, it's kind of similar, I think, but not exactly the same. Wow, this game was complicated. Huh. It's also called Go. Or Weichi. Naruho Done. Apologies, young man. I was absorbed in thought. It is quite all right. We have not set a time limit for this game. The old man gently chuckled. He sat there for a moment, toying with the black stones in the bowl. Mind me not, second state counselor. I am but a student in this match. It would be unbecoming of me to bid you hurry. Yet you are quite impatient now, no? Clack. The sound of smooth pebbles grinding against each other ceased. Has it been 7 winters already? Yes. I have been your protector for 7 years and 4 months, second state counselor. Time passes fast. May I ask for your opinion? I am certain that your perspective may vary from mine. I was raised in affluence, yet you have clawed your way up from the bottom. The child began fiddling with the stones again, briefly absorbed in thought. Then he answers with a gentle voice. The path you walk is a dark and arduous one. But I believe that you walk up that path with unyielding tenacity for the good of this nest and its feathers. The old man knitted his brows. Perhaps the child's answer wasn't what he was looking for. You have not once shared your opinion with me, ever since you became my protector. I suppose that is why I'm content with you by my side. I apologize. My response must not have been to your satisfaction. There is no need to apologize. You had the potential to become a blade of clouds had you served the third state counselor instead. Is that not the title all those who walk the path of the blade in S Corp seek? To be recognized as one of the very best in the nest? Not even you would jest that you have never sought one such privilege. I am your blade to wield, second state counselor. You were the one who chose me. The child responds immediately and indifferently. A blade follows the hand that wields it, and you are that hand, second state counselor. Ha! This is not a move one makes without nary a thought, young man. I saw no reason for hesitation. The old man, the second state counselor, smiled, but there was a tinge of woe in his eyes. If that is your answer, then I have something to ask of you, though I hardly deserve to. I will do as you command. Next week, I plan to present this appeal. May I ask you to protect me until then? I fail to see your purpose in asking me to do the duties that I am already intent on performing. Ah, do you seek to dismiss me after this? I see that your talent and jests have grown since we first met. Written in this appeal are the hidden conspiracies, heinous deeds, and studies that have been conducted in secret. Should the contents of my appeal be made public, it will shake S Corp to its roots. That is the strength this appeal carries, and such revelatory strength begets those that seek to destroy it. Assassins. Be my blade so that I may see this path to its end. That is my request. It shall be done. The child replied without a moment of hesitation. He had no reason to, because he never questioned the fact that it was his purpose to protect the second state counselor. And that is why the child could not even imagine that he would ever fail. The old man perished, despite the child's vow. The child's skills with the blade were unparalleled, yet there was only so much that a single person could manage. The powers that be of S-Corp held resources and employees that no single human could possibly withstand. No one in S-Corp quite knew who murdered the old man, or how he was murdered. He was killed in a manner that could never be traced. But the child knew. It was the old man's political enemy, the third state councilor's doing. It is before sunbreak. Not a soul stirs awake in this hour. There was another old man, sleeping, yet soon awakened by a noise from outside his window. What? Is there anyone out there? The old man peeked open the sliding paper door to his room. Huh? And came face to face with the child. It was you. How are you still alive? How did you even get in here? The child was surrounded by corpses of decapitated men. He glared at the third state counselor with the look of a fiend. There was naught but the silence of dead men who were once his bodyguards. If you cut me down, it shall not end with your neck. Your entire family, your entire bloodline shall be purged. The royal court will send the Chuonokun against you. You must know how terribly tenacious they are. They'll not let the borders of a nest stop them. S-Corp, a wing that places heavy emphasis on tradition and hierarchies, oft sends the Chuonokun after contractors who have fled or violated taboo. So they're like they're like taboo hunters. Got you. Within S-Corp, the fixtures might as well have been called Chuonokun. And the Chuonokun sent by the royal court are known to be like the taboo hunters of other wings. Like I just said, they are deadlier and more tenacious than any pursuers. I will not cut you down. Your death will change nothing. Kinda tough. Child's voice is terrifyingly cold and collected. Let this be a warning still. A warning that, if I ever find anyone who is capable of tearing those putrid roots from the ground, I will return. A warning that I can easily separate your pathetic head from your body as a blade cuts through weed. What? With that, the child disappeared into the early morning winds. Men, find the best Chuonokun in the nest now. Arrest anyone who's ever had ties to that man. I want them hung before me. The child left the third state counselor's echoing bellows behind and resolutely made his way to the borders of S-Corp. His persecuted fellows, who were barely maintaining their status as feathers at S-Corp, those who wielded their blades under the banner of the blade lineage, he would one day return to this place with them by his side. Damn. Kinda cool. Kinda cool. I do like this art. Ooh, the like the glint. That's cool. That's a cool art. I like that a lot. I don't know if there's any arts where I preferred the first one over the second. I mean, maybe Ryoshu's. I do really like Ryoshu, the Aoryuna Ryoshu. Aoryuna Ryoshu. I like her her first art a lot. But like, I think out of everyone that I have, I still prefer most of the Uptide 3 ones. I don't think there's one where I don't. Maybe this one too. I do like this one a lot. This one's also really good. I don't know. They're both really strong, or like, you know, they're both really good. Anyway, Murder on the Warp Express. It looks like we got someone to deal with down there. Severed thread? I don't know what that's about.
버틀러 차원 가방 준비 완료했습니다.
For the current event? Oh, Naruhodone. Naruhodone.
나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든. 사고될 시간이다. 잔우에.
Curse these guys and their resistance to pierce. It's okay. Sinclair's putting in that extra. Sinclair's putting in that work because they're resistant to pierce. He's doing his damnedest right now.
모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
Bust it down, white boy. No, Ryoshu, you fucked up.
태어난 곳
It's okay.
돌아가.
Eventually you hit that guy. It only took you 5,000 years. It's okay, we scale late game. We scale late.
왜 징계팀이 남아있지?
Like now it's over for you guys. You're cooked. You're done for. Don't even bother. They call me the Dodger.
머리통을 박살내주마.
It's like that baseball team.
지킬 게 많고.
이것 봐. 한 상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
Ryoshu is basically Shohei Ohtani.
묵은 먼지도
Never mind, Ryoshu's got her shit rocked, bro.
여기까지 와서
Oh, is this a yeah, this is a why can't I think of the fixer office? Fuck. Multi-crack. That's a multi-crack blood fiends. They're cracking blood fiends? It's in the corner? No, didn't it just say I thought it just said blood like fixer blood fiend. I don't think it's did it say multi-crack? I didn't see it say multi-crack. The tags? Oh.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어.
Ah, it does say it.
사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
머리통을 박살내주마.
Kill them.
당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라. 매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해. 스맨이 단정하지 않군요.
Show 'em what's up, Faust. Urso says something interesting. It's not a spoiler, but it's kind of weird. Ah. Can you even get the Numerso yet, or no?
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들.
Cause like, I only saw the fact that there was a Raja banner. I didn't look at it because I didn't want any spoilers. I just know that there's a new Raja banner. Yeah, I see 1K of the event currency. Wait, you can just get him from event currency? That's crazy. Isn't he a 3-star?
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라. 공들여 적어둔 매뉴얼이 쓰레기로 전락하는 데엔 고작 1분밖에 걸리지 않네. 펜.
I don't know they would just. You can also shard him once the event is over. I mean, I figured you can shard him because I don't think any units are permanent, like misses, unless it was one of the Arcanite's like egos. I think those are the only like permanent missing ones,
저것들은 언젠가 다시
as far as I'm
재생하겠지.
aware.
내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도.
What is this one? They fucking got him, bro.
이제 가오를
They demolished the fixer.
다시 내가 나설 차례인가?
죽지도 않는 것들이 겁을 집어먹다니 역겹군.
They got him. Good kid too.
그쪽으로
피어나라.
Pionara.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이겠네.
He, just like the Hornet Mercer, also puts some weird emphasis on gazes. I mean, to be fair, the like base ego thing literally has a bunch of eyes staring at him.
환상체가 탈출했어.
So like, I don't think it's a stretch to say that gazes have prevalence in his story.
머뭇거리다가 아차하는 순간 죽어버릴 직원은 필요 없거든.
머리통을 박살내주마.
Clearly though, he's just talking about Schadenfreude.
직원 숫자가 월등히 적은 것에는 다 이유가
Obviously.
있지만 뭐 그만큼
What else would it be?
탁월하다는 뜻도 된다는 점을 명심해주면 좋겠어.
머리통을 박살내주마.
He also, like the Hornet Mercer, gets weirdly emotional. I see. Let a guy just be sensitive, bro. He's just in touch with his feelings.
두려울 거야. 접대가 시작되면 사서들은 다시 살아날 수 있다는 사실을 망각하거든. 그걸 알고 있으면 사서들과 손님들이 느끼는 모분점은 줄어질 텐데 그건 불공평하잖아.
Bang bang.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
재밌네. 난 뭔가 혼자 살필 거라고 생각해.
이거 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리들이 충분하잖아.
너무 쉽잖아.
That's not everyone dead? How many more are there? Oh, 6 more? Okay, we can do that easy.
환상체 가두고
We can deal with
에너지
6 more.
이 정도 전투 능력은 있어줘야지. 복지팀 애들만 데리고서 뭘 한다고?
That's a light work, no reaction, you know? Oh, we get the reload? Bang, 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 bang.
자자.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면
하고들 시간
너희들 세피라도
잔.
How did you lose that? Faust is washed?
아무것도 난 생각.
We know what Merceau's Kanto is going to be named already? Do we actually? Or... The Looker. Into the Looking Glass.
이렇게 떨어져줘.
흐드러졌구려.
Yeah, the gaze bearing. Ah.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 거야.
갈고자 하는
Dude, he's coming out of the closet. The gays. Shout out.
속삭.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으깨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시
His entire
지상에
content is just him being like, guys, I have something to say. And then it's like the, you know, wait, you guys know the meme where it's like the, it's okay to be gay, and they're like holding the signs and shit. That's what Marissa's content is gonna be. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. Huh? What's this now? We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T Corp logo on it. Ah! 'Tis the emblem of T Corp. I killed a man because the sun was in my eyes. It appears that the wall covering it was broken in the fierceness of our battle. Didn't that chief executive guy, Herbert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaborations are not limited to T Corp. It is oft the case that a wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of a less significant, lesser-known corporation such as our own Limbus Company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. What's up, clone? Sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like this wall that's falling apart, feeling what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? Yeah, they don't look like they're doing too hot. It was difficult for me to ignore how Raja hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers. St. Clair, I swear to God, if you even fucking make a sound, I'm gonna fucking throw you. I can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform. Remember? He said he'd warped over to T Corp on an expedition. Look, it's almost like they're all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything. I believe I've read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixtures with prosthetics. Also kind of sad, since the current banner also has an announcer I really want attached to it, but I don't want to spend any more polls. That's unfortunate. Huh? Oh, wait, he's... We were walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. Fee! He is the one we encountered at the platform! This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Yeah. He said something about going to T Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract? I guess he wasn't exaggerating when he called it an expedition. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. Venting? Something something among us? Sus? I don't fucking know, bro. Makes sense. I would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in the car. Executive Manager, this is likely an aftermath of a battle between fixers and bloodbags. Really? Really? No. No, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell from the bloodbag fixers we fought. Or the fucking blood all over the fixer. The crystallized blood all over the Really, though? There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable, as long as their wallets would permit. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often sent them to their early graves. Maybe so. I see. There are multiple possible interpretations depending on one's perspective. Despite the fact that there is but a single scene, I'll remember both of your inputs. That is a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours would often make it to the ends of the war. Yes, well, good for them. Faust answered Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만.
I am physically unharmed, but yes, I am all right.
고립된
However,
바다 위에서
I do not enjoy the circumstance which we find ourselves in.
같은 이 상황.
It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere, lost and isolated in a blind sea.
평소에는 열람한
Normally,
정보에
deductions such as these would have been completed within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references with the information I accessed. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying.
아, 그건 알 것도 같네요.
I know what you mean.
새까맣고
Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, rippleless lake in desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something we could eat.
대체 여기가
No way to
어디지?
tell where we are, no way to tell if there's even anything to eat under that glassy water surface.
갈피 자체가
Grasping at the straws, you know. This sense I find myself mired in is not unlike your own. It is like lying my back over an unseen grave, for the reflection of radiance upon my eyes and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory sensors tells me not of the forging path. It seemed that Ishmael and Isang picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation, I think our quietly recording the train to send footage to the Encore Cloud podcaster? Probably.
근데
By the way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust.
아니,
I don't know what it is, but
씨가
come.
오늘따라 평소랑 달라 보인다고 할.
But I feel like there's something different about you today.
그건
That is...
아,
Oh, I mean, I don't hate it.
오히려
I'm actually glad I learned that you had a soft side. This is unseen side of yours. It is familiar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. As for the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, there leaves a singular car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there is a high likelihood that we will soon encounter the Bloodfiends responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door. Well, how impressive could the leader of this sort of cannon fodder be? A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that a being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity.
잘 알려진 정보는
Although this is
아니지만
not common knowledge, there's a subcategory of fixers called Bloodfiend hunters who specialize in, yes,
사냥꾼이가 불리는데
hunting Bloodfiends.
정보가 사실이라면
Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that Bloodfiends are difficult foes. They require a certain expertise to defeat. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. This always fucking happens, dude. I don't get it. I'm not tired. It makes no sense to me, man. It makes no sense. Now that I'm thinking about it, if Bloodfiends are like mindless thralls to Bloodfiends, then they're kind of like an army, right? A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or desertation. Wartime or not, they will always make for formidable foes. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the Bloodfiend's strength. And all of a sudden, fee on this indecisive idleness! Our quest is to defeat the villain who hath brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe, and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the Bloodfiend is the key to completing our contract. That I opened the door leading to the last car of this train.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠고
Oh, this is like a repeat stage that you can do.
경찰 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
I'm assuming for like event currency. When this was an active event.
흥미로운 좋은 일이 벌어지면 좋겠어요.
I remember there was a couple of those in Intervalo 2, wasn't there? But I don't think we've seen any since Intervalo 2. This room. What
다들
is that with that look on thy faces?
왕자에게
Thou standest in the audience of the prince.
최선을 다해서
Where are thy smiles?
자세가
He
이 모든
must be the blood fiend who caused this outbreak.
저희가 처리해야 할
He is our
탈북민을
target.
하군요.
무릎을 꿇고
Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty.
쳐라.
Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once. So listen well.
똑똑히 들어.
Diddy Blood Sherban.
내 이름은
Thou mayest address me as Prince Cassetti, sixth kindred in refuge from his family, and the rightful prince who shall reign over thee.
왕자이다.
Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel?
왕자의 앞
Thou art a chiddy one, so rudely before your prince. Yet this welcome satiation has put me in quite the generous mood.
배가 부른 상태니 너무
I feel like I'm fucking reading Shakespeare, bro. With the way Don Quixote and Cassetti are talking. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how many of them I devour, humans just won't stop coming. I am only enjoying what cast themselves into my maw.
그때마다 만찬을 즐길 뿐이다. 얼굴에
He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking.
인사할 생각이라.
If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Or are you unfamiliar with the basic etiquette? Oh, this mask
가면
won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. Was he fucking Dream, bro? Sinclair's VA, by the way? Oh, really? That's cool. We're so ugly behind the mask. So we all decided to hide how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then it'll all go back to how it used to be. Only then I can unmask myself.
원래대로 돌아올 거야.
내놈.
Who stitched that mask to your face? Not a half bad job. Of course it's excellent. Because this mask was crafted by none other than the great and the eminent barber, whose name I dare not even speak, but it hurts so much.
제작하셨으니까.
No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Yes, I'm the prince. That's what I am. He's a bloody loon, ain't it? Alright, done with the giggles then. Get ready for the beating of your life. I enjoy things like you and your friends.
난 너희 같은 놈들이
Don't cry. Bawling and bowing and sniffling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the heat. He'd be a Tekken fan. He'd be a Tekken 8 fan. What are you, daft? Look around. There are 13 of us and only one of you. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into his blood bags. I let my guard down, but we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count. Oh, no. But the count is so important. I have to keep count for our visitors. Oh, yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am. And I shall not relinquish the throne of this budding kingdom to thee. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place.
또 있을 것 같아. 내가 이곳을 어떻게 만들었는데?
Sorry about that. I just realized I forgot to take my meds, so I was taking them really quick. It's important to take my meds. Oh, how elated my forebears would be were they here to witness my creation. This cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure. Oh, this freedom. I don't think he took his either. No, he definitely didn't. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. No. This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions. Yet, we have seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. Then what he meant by how the bloodbags present themselves before him has to be... Hold on a minute! Suddenly, someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at his sudden intrusion, terror apparent on his face. Ah, it is thee! By thee! Hast thou truly journeyed here to assist us in our quest? Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that have transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur, and eventually lead the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends. What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board? One still capable of rational thought. Damn. You actually made it out? Made it all the way back here. I guess the wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. Damn, she's a blood fiend too? I mean, she had red eyes, but like... I don't want to fight Sasha, man. She's so cool. I used to fight to my damnedest too. Till I was the last one standing. What's she talking about? But where did that leave me? Alone. 3 or 4 of my forearms ripped from my body. Kind of funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're not really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that, Don Quixote, watch out. I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away. What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before you jump again like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Notice that it's the clanker who betrays us. You cannot be calling them that, dude. Fuck, you're not Faust. You're Sinclair, bro. The fuck? Do not call them that, okay? Sasha's a pretty woman. I will not have you slandering a beautiful woman. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee. First demise is the escape for the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own, my family. Lord Cassetti, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you have commanded me, but the humans in my car were all weaklings, so I present before you this group from the first-class car. Dude, if she killed the kid, I swear to God. Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, I felt as though I was reborn. I see. A blood fiend's kindred is a sub-entity of the blood fiends, similar in concept to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been the desperation that pushed you to accept a proposition despite the lack of information. Maybe. That's probably what's going through my head before I became a kindred. Thou hast been in cohorts with this villain all this time, as his lackey. Even ere then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee. Lady, You have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it wouldn't matter much if you did suspect me, though, since mine are just prosthetic. Wait. If yours are just prosthetic, does that mean if they weren't, they wouldn't be red? Because she says, not that it would have mattered if you did suspect me, though. As though... No, they still would be. Okay. Because the way it's phrased here sounds like it... If you're a kindred and not a blood fiend, they aren't red. Does it not? Like... that's what it just sounds like to me here. Although I guess it could just be seen as like, yeah, it doesn't really matter if you see me because like all kindreds are blood. No, I know they're all blood fiends, but they're like they're not like born into they're it's like if a vampire, I guess, were to have a kid rather than like becoming one. You know what I mean? Like, you know the Hotel Transylvania movies? Like how Mabel is a vampire, but she wasn't like bitten to become one. She was just born one. Then the passengers who were under thy protection. Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the procession, the better. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. No! 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 No, not the little girl! No! She was so cute! You fucker! Sasha, you piece of shit! Why are all the pretty women so evil, man? Fuck! Fuck! You can't do this to me, man! My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but I hoped that we'd be spared this sight. There was a child. Yeah? Little Runt wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on a good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery that is the life of a fixer. Believe me, I know. Hold thy vile tongue! Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer and an actor of justice? It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment or a really, really early grave. Silence! Silence! Don Quixote still did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. I can't believe this, bro. She was just a kid. She didn't deserve it, man. What a fucked up world we live in. I don't know how the fuck you managed to win that, but go off, bro. You did it. I'm proud of you. That clash took so long.
조금 모르긴 했지만.
Alright, multiple waves, so let's get our double buff up then.
별건 아니었지. 안 그래?
I'll do that. I'll do that to you. You can power counter this. Is this Faust weak to Pierce or no? Yes. You are. That's fine.
머리통을 박살내주마. 흐드러졌구려. 다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을
이것
것이.
봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
Oh, show 'em what's up. Oh, nice. We got the stagger off. Wait, now we get the reload. Bang, 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 bang.
도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지 못해.
They're all like half health immediately.
예외는 아니겠지.
Yeah, I'll do that.
태어난
Go Dysphoria Beam.
돌아봐.
재밌네.
Wait, what's that effect?
좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Why aren't you like dying for real, for real? 왜?
다음에는 너무 쉽잖아.
Oh, you're getting fed into Sasha.
환상체 가두고 에너지 짜는 회사에서
Gain stuff based on charge. Okay,
복지팀 애들만
but
데리고
loses health when she uses charge. Okay. So she just drains her health a lot. Gain 1 bleed count every time this unit is hit. Consume 3 bleed count to gain 1 coagulated blood. Okay. On hit, if the target has bleed, heal 25% damage. Okay. We're just gonna try to dodge that, I think. You can tank that. I'm just gonna have you kill them.
머리통을 박살내주마.
I'm assuming you're weak to blunt.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
모자란 피를 채우자고.
The Dodger. What? That didn't kill you? Fuck.
얌전히 잠들어 있어야 할 놈들까지 눈을 떠버렸나?
Do that there. We can do this. Do that. And we can do this one here. And Sinclair, you can kill this guy.
사고될 시간이다. 잔무에.
진짜
Yeah, you're weak to blunt. Oh, wait, you're gonna get staggered. I didn't realize we already did that much damage to you.
갈고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라. 당신이라면 잘했다는 칭찬은
Yeah, you're just dead here.
꿈은 단정하지 않군요.
진절머리가 나.
Unbelievable. I make myself my very first ever kindred without authorization at that, and it's this bumbling fool. I pray for your forgiveness, Father. Begone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet, it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of of his child. What a load of shit. With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and... Oh, that's why they were there. Oh, abundance! What an unfamiliar sensation you'd become. An armor of heart and blood materialized over the Bloodfiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood.
더큰 것으로 보인다.
Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of this Risen King's parade. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir. Yes, you do. Of course you do.
어울릴만 하지.
Dude, I love this guy's design. The like, you can see like an eye and then like the teeth there. That's cool. Challenge me now, O rebels. Challenge thy king.
어디 덤벼봐라.
도시에선 저런 형태로 사람을 강화하기도 하나 봐.
할수 있어.
Wait, what the fuck is... What?
몸집이 죽여서 조용히
What is this, huh? What does this do? What does hence do? What? I don't give a shit. I read anyways. Points out important skills. Ah, I see. Well, I fucking read anyways, so... At turn end, spending on store blood stack on self. After you're five or fewer, gain 1 bind. 1 fighter, okay. At more than 5 stacks, gain 2 offense and 2 defense up, okay. Lose 1 value every time its units lose 5 HP. On hit, you heal 1%, okay. Prioritizes targeted with tireless bleed. Gain for every 5 bleed on self. Okay, damage taken from bleed is less. Okay. I mean, he's gonna get an attack through, which kind of on Raja, but it's fine.
사고될 시간이다. 잔무에.
Oh no, not the bleed. I'm so scared.
한 상체가 탈출했어. 죽지도 않으면서 오래 고통을 느끼는
Whatever will I do now that you have inflicted me with bleed?
머뭇거리다가 아차하는 순간 죽어버릴 직원은 필요 없거든.
Oh no. This is terrible.
Phew.
Waiter, more bleed or more sinking, please.
무덤으로 돌아가라. 이래서 장비는 속성별로 준비해달라고 부탁해놨었지. 적재 접수했으니까 이만큼 효율적인.
Look at those sinking stacks because it echoes the manor and Night of Despair. That's crazy. Damn, he lost it all. What is double the amount of healed by hard blood glaive? Wait, hold on. Let me read this. Double the amount healed by hard blood glaive. Unclashable. Reset SP to 0. Gain 10 stored blood. Does not get staggered this turn. Ends turn after using the skill. And then inflict bleed to everyone. Okay. So just defend most of the time. Ends turn after using the skill. So wait, does he just use the skill in like everyone's turn is done or just his? I think it's just his, right? The way I'm understanding this phrasing. So we can just kind of wail on him.
피워보지. 행진을 끝내고 나는 진정한 왕으로 군림하는 것이다.
Okay, no, was everyone. Got you. It's just how he transitions to phase 2. Understood.
너희들이 겁쟁이는 아니어야 할 거야. 머뭇거리다가 아치 않은 순간 죽어버릴 치고는 필요 없거든.
I think this looks good. Or good enough, at least. Dude, he has so much sinking. What's she doing with all that sinking?
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
Bloodthirst, gain 2 fragile and damage up. Okay. You lost most of your stored blood, so I don't mind it too much. Oh, he gets that. Okay, so he did that because they reached 0 for the first time, but now it won't happen again. I get it. One back from Az, by the way.
피워보지.
More sinking count. Wait, we might run out of sinking. I don't remember if any of these apply sinking count. Oh wait, no, I think we'll be fine. Because of this. Maybe? Maybe not, actually. I think we run out of count. Unless... Oh wait, no, he dodges. Yes! Our count did not run out.
들은 적도 없는 기술이야. 그래, 로보토미 코퍼레이션에서 꽤 많은 기술을 봤다고 생각했지만 결국
Let me think here.
나는 세정 속의
If I do bang bang,
뿐이었던 거지.
he'll get +1, -1, so this neutralizes it. And then you should gain 1 because of your effect, right?
나중에 이야기할까?
You cause him to gain 1 count, don't you? Yeah, you cause him to gain +3. Yeah, I think he gets enough. I think he gets enough to where it's fine.
피워보지.
Get ready for the nuke of a lifetime, buddy.
그대로 접그려.
모두가 말한 대로 방어적인 대응은 확실히 전면전보다 피해는 적고. 하지만
피워보지.
You should be dead here.
지나치게 친절한 대응 아닌가? 속삭.
I mean, Roshu might kill him here, honestly.
알고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께. 무덤
Yes, she did.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Yes. I love it when humans let their blood boil. But this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating. No matter how many times we tear him to pieces. This. I don't know if we can. The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to the Bloodfiends' regenerative ability. The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K Corp border checkpoint or at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The sinners have all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I am so very hungry. Ridiculous! Thy hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hast wrought! Shut up! You don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to... I survived for 200 years on the disgusting, horrible... No, I don't even want to think about it. I think he's tweaking out. Someone get this guy like a fucking Snickers bar, bro. Shut up! Be quiet! No, I'm sorry. I'll be good. Please. Should have let me have it. Just a sip. Just the smallest sip, please. It won't matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all of thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a viscous, shapeless mush, never to become whole again. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't... my kindred, my child, I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do something. Responsibilities. The blessings of your father must be repaid. No. What can I do? Find their weakness, break their anchor, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Wait, I think I've got an idea. Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. It's the way they fight. Reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic using fixers fight. Just as prosthetic fixtures slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs becoming no more than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And forget to look after what's really important. Like this little thing. With one of her remaining arms Sasha picked up from the ground, the master keycard Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. Don Quixote, stop her, now! Oh, my father, I offer this gift to you. Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael Merceau, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The blood fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the keycard. I don't think it's a good thing to have him have that. I mean, we're not exactly letting him have it, but he kind of took it. It's not a good idea that we let him take that. This is the key to the first-class cars, my lord. With this, grow your army of blood bags for the kingdom's prosperity. Yeah, that sounds bad. No. Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. And that's the end of the game, guys. That's gonna be what all of the Limbus content is from now on. It's just us chilling in this train. We're playing with our toys and stuff in the warp train. Thank you guys for joining me for Limbus Company. I look forward to seeing Project Boo's next game. Dante. I believe that I have tried my utmost to overcome this adversity. Without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the Master Keycard, the uncertainty of this circumstance has been greatly exasperated. At the origin of this plight, Faust took a deep breath as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. I wonder what that would be like. Like, you're given decisions your whole life, basically, only to, like, have them stripped away from you in a crucial moment. That's gotta be so weird. But Faust is an exceptional sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on the perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you've still guided us masterfully after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of a plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the Master Keycard is but one of innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus, the only option that remains at present is to compromise. You there. Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. What? Me? No. No. Stop. Stop doing that, alright? Don't kill a single one of them. Shit. I mean, you asked so nicely. I gotta stop now, right? Okay, he didn't ask nicely. or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Manager Esquire. Compromise. To compromise with the villain as vile as that cur.
악인가의 태반인가?
I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk was Faust, whom I just reboned the clock for. Yeah, let's do that.
그럼
Very well.
카세트.
Then,
잠시
Cassetti,
이동하는 것은
why don't we move this conversation to a different location?
저와 단테 씨만이 가겠습니다.
I alone will accompany Dante to this negotiation. Let me make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There's no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must also be exhausted from the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. So Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him. Just you two, huh?
없는 것으로?
Yeah, just us two.
네.
Yes.
당신도 알다시피
As you are
이 앞탄에는
aware,
후문이 있습니다.
the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one.
그곳에서
That is where we will
서로
further
원하는
discuss what we each
이야기하자.
have to offer one another. That clock must be thy monarch then, huh? And thou art one of the retainers.
그렇습니다.
Correct. Very well. This will be a royal debate then. It is only right that a member of royalty talks to no one else but the one who is his equal.
왕끼리 대화해야지.
Manager, Esquire. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again?
단테,
Dante,
저는
this will be my first attempt
도박이란 것을
at a
해보려고
gamble.
합니다.
What? That's Rodion thing. What are you doing? Gambling, Faust? Girl, we cannot get you gambling or we're gonna fucking lose all of our money. Like, I know LCB's got a lot of funds, but you're gonna blow through that shit like it was nothing, man. We cannot get you started on gambling. You're gonna start hitting the... Well, Dante, you see, gambling actually has a higher reward than the risk. If we put enough money towards it, we will win a jackpot at least once. It is statistically possible. Like... With that, the door closed shut behind us. Dante, you must hit on 15 when they have a 10. The odds that they beat us is way too high.
예술을 보나이다. 벌써 뭐 애를 전부 채우고.
Dante, I'm looking at your poker hand. You have quite a favorable hand. Please, raise, but don't go all in. You want to gradually steal their money. The negotiation. This reminds me of the Big O, bro. The negotiator, Roger Smith. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles? This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber.
버스가
If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car. I wasn't planning on commencing the parade so soon, or creating a kindred at all.
퍼레이드를 열.
Dante,
연결된 것
the
같습니다.
connection has been restored. Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I see what you did there. We're on a train. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion. She replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend.
메피스토펠레스에 탑승한
Boarding
것은
Mephistopheles has
파우스트와의
re-established my
연결이
connection to Faust.
복구되었습니다.
Did you know that this would work?
아니요.
No.
아까
And as I've stated
말했다시피
before, this was a pure,
도박이었습니다.
incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypothesis.
실제로
This
성공하고
success has helped me somewhat comprehend Miss Rajia's fascination with gambling.
조금은 알 것 같네요.
No, Faust, we cannot take your ass to a casino again. We've already been to a casino. We cannot go back there with you now. Or everything is getting fucked. A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests, then fades away.
연결이
Now that the
되었습니다.
connection has been reestablished,
골프열차에
I'd like to
들어가는
make a complaint against the Faust and
파우스트와
the
정보를 누락한
Gesellschaft
것을
management regarding the fact that they
이제부터
neglected to list the information
즉시
pertaining to the
항의하고
loss of connection
싶습니다.
within the interiors of the warp trains. However, Finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Wait, back up. So you're telling me, Gesellschaft is just like a fucking world of just Fausts. Is that what this is? It's a Discord server? Yeah, is it basically just a fucking Discord server, but for Fausts, and they all just sit in there and ruminate? It's her different IDs, and they're all just in there, bro? Is that what it is? Faust gently advanced toward the Blood Fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the Master Keycard? Dude, I'm just reminded of the fact that, like, it's like Organization 13. You know how they have the 13 seats all, like, in the white thing, and they're, like, super high up and stuff? It's like that. That's Organization 13, but Faust's. If thou wert just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee all into blood packs and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible. And thine wish is to leave this place, is it not? Once I relinquish to thee this key card, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live here happily ever after, like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train. Everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How's that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? Upon arrival, our memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased. We'll have no way to relay the news, whether it be one of success or failure. If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure. However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the Sinner's psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply, yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this. Don Quixote? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I already like Don Quixote. This moment alone shot her up to, I think, my second favorite. That alone shoots her up to second favorite. Easily. Easily shoots her up there. One of my favorite tropes is always going to be, like, unkillable resolve. It's so inspiring. I mean, there's a good reason why Kamen Rider Kuga is one of my favorite Kamen Riders of all time. It's because Kuga has that unkillable resolve always. Or why I love Getter Robo. They always have that unkillable resolve. Even if their back is turned, they're in the fucking corner, they're beaten up, they do everything they can. So to see Dawn do that, no, she's so cool. Immediately shot up to second place. She was like fourth. Or no, she was like third, I'd say. She was like third, fourth. Because I did really like Otis. But no, I think she's second now. I think she's easily second now. I don't think she's same tier as Ryoshu. But I really like Ryoshu, so. I will not tolerate this. We cannot Let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her
저놈이 또
again. What a... You want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity within this train? I know what this is all about. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I snap this in half, you'll have to spend eons inside this. I care not. I would welcome it, even should it mean exacting eons of penance upon thee. 'Tis much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. She's so cool. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wiggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here. Faust, unhand me. Thou mustn't let him live, manager squire. Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years to torment. Then I shall fill the millennia with the tales most exciting that I had once read in the magazines. No amount of time, however ineffable, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly. You are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote. Then there has to be another way. No. Thou art both possessors of great wisdom. Faust, manager squire, is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain and the sinners remain unharmed? Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance, this was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Bloodfiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. A second too late. Oh, Father, forgive my transgressions, for I am about to create another without thy sanction.
지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Thou shalt become my next kindred. Oh, shit. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps into Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything. Oh, I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust, what do you mean, the solution? According to this information I had viewed in the past, and once again, just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please, do note that these other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. She is a Bloodfiend, isn't she? It's not going to work because she's a Bloodfiend. That's what's going to happen, isn't it? Oh. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor, and... Rosciante! I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage in my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Ah! Dost thou speak of our dear Roscinante? Remember I said Don's smiling feet reported the plot? I don't think... yeah, no, I do remember you saying that. Yeah, those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Roscinante, in sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutality of trials that have struck me. It has been a loyal steed by my side for however long it have been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them? Ah, Major Squire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Roscinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good. Ah, be not so bashful. Go on ahead. Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing tick-tock with Stinky. Stinky they are not. Scuffed as they might appear, Roscinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as a small girl. Evacuate. Evacuate. Don Quixote. Don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running Roscinante. Oh, I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as the Manager Squire would care to ask me how Roscinante fareth. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante. Verily, Rocinante and I remain bound together even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. We are bound not by need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote also wears that pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off! Fie! Whatever dost thou mean? As in, detach Rocinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation that thou makest. She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense, too. But she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelming, powerful presence suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions, as the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then, darkness. No! That's impossible! You have to be a blood fiend then. But why don't you have red eyes if you're not a blood fiend? Why don't you, if you're not a blood fiend, why don't you have red eyes? I mean, you have red eyes now. In all-absorbing darkness, voices are only light. You are the second kindred. How did you... I should have felt your presence. Okay, so she is a kindred. Don Quixote is a kindred. Can I just say, I fucking predicted this shit. I predicted the fuck out of this. Can I just... I'm a genius. Can I gas myself up a little bit? I think literally every... Like... I think ever since... People are theorizing it since Season 1... I see. It's fine. But, dude, like, the thing with Ongdu just solidified that shit so much for me. Because you can't, unless someone has a super strong heartbeat, you can't measure it through their forehead. And your heartbeat's not going to be strong if you're dying. So she had to have some other way to measure a heartbeat, and she just didn't know. I do think I saw a faint shimmering. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And though through the shimmering I think I saw red eyes. You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. Her Shiide has red eyes, and her ego Lilia heals her if the enemy she hits is bleed. Yeah, I do remember seeing that the Shi identity has red eyes. And I did know about the bleed. Because Dawn is the only one with bleed, when like other sinners have like there's some overlap with other sinners. Like there's multiple with rupture, there's a couple with sinking if I remember correctly, there's a couple with tremor and stuff. But she's I think the only one with bleed, no? I mean besides Gregor. Rodion has bleed too. Yeah, that's right. Rodion has bleed. But I think she has more interconnectedness with bleed than Rodion. I know that voice, but I also don't. I never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being, the blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy, O venerated ancestor, I beg for the mercy of thy second kindred. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg. Insolent worm. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the Bloodfiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears. She's a second kindred? Yeah, so it's what, like basically a Bloodfiend kindred, and then the kindred made a kindred? Am I getting that right? Cassetti's a 6 kindred. Yeah. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream. To commit such abomination against your ancestor. I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melts away. Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. He melts rapidly, yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loves so much, puddling on the floor heated under the searing sun. Oh, that's also why Dawn probably said her favorite color was red or yellow, right? Probably because of that as well. Ah, you. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave, and with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed. You must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rocinante. To me. Rocinante? I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet, one by one. Ah. One day. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Okay, this also begs the question, right? This also, I think, brings up the question of... Or not the question, but the realization. This is how they adapt the fact that Don Quixote is like a delusional old man, I guess. It's through the fact... Because, like, Don Quixote is, like, two separate people in his mind, right? Because he's, like, the actual knight and then the actual old man. I guess this is how they interpret it, is you have the old man, which would be Don Quixote, and then the knight, which is Don Quixote question mark. So... I'm assuming... Because Alonso Quijano, I think, is what the old man is technically called. And then Don Quixote is the, like, delusion, right? So... I wonder if that's a... Quijano. Or Quijano? I don't know. It's Spanish, isn't it? So, isn't it like a... It's not like a j sound for J's. It's like a... It's like silent. Sometime later. Can somebody explain what just happened? In a way that makes sense? I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after around the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Most had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Bloodfiend. Therefore, whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it was appropriate. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most excludes 3 individuals. Thus, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Who are those 3? Faust. The manager. And Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Huh, really? Them? Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy. I've identified the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices, moments before my loss of consciousness.
어떻게 된 거냐 그래서? 쟤는 또 왜 안 깨어나는 건데?
Right, so what's going on with the lass? Why is she still out cold?
깊은 잠에 빠진 듯하군요.
She appears to be in a state of deep slumber.
곧
As she is not in any risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation. How she practically erased the Bloodfiend and its kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that everyone turned to me for some answers. That's, you know. Wait, that reminds me. Where's the key card? That's a good point. Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands, who's in a far more presentable state than he was in before. Wait, so what about the keycard he was holding on, though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melted with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with the middle phalanges. Wait. Wait. Oh. Oh no! Everyone, calm down! Calm down! I said calm down! I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we force one of these doors open? The master keycard is not an absolutely necessary element to resolving the situation. Well, how? It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate an explanation that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format. Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again. We can utilize the back door, Mephistopheles. The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed the corridor past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination. I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you are all in. Sandy pitter, sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Ask someone after me to exculpate. It can... Grains of sand roll about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, Faust explained the gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door. To put it simply, we will spend the time at a space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds, going by the A Corp timescale. All we must do is remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait. Are you seriously gonna just open that door? With this many doors in here, are you sure that's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is guaranteed. Lass. At least I was supposed to be past that door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for the future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. What? Wait! Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now, please enter through this door. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into the building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Aren't we indoors? How the heck is this even happening? I can't open my eyes. I got sand in my mouth. Wait, no way. This is a sandstorm? But aren't we inside a building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out a series of colorful complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in the same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had ushered us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the B Corp platforms. As the train is still getting cleaned up, that is, and with bodies completely covered in sand. I thought we'd never make it. Whoa. Are you guys okay? How did these passengers... We were so happy to be done with this ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of the cleanup mission looked downright inhospitable. We are employees of Limbus Company. We're boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer. Oh. So you guys are... I got muted from another streamer's chat for swearing that the word "the" appears in this new intervalo. I mean, they probably just have it set to an auto mod thing now. That's my assumption. Is it's just set to an auto mod? It was an auto mod? Like you know it wasn't a banned term or anything? Like it was just deliberate? I mean, I can't speak for the other streamer, you know? Each moderates their own chat how they want to. It is what it is. Oh, so you guys are the people that our captain told us about. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh? I just done on instinct. Yeah, that's also likely. You know, I can't lie. With jokes where it's like, spoiler for new thing, and then you say something stupid. An upcoming character's eye color? Yeah. Like, the thing with jokes where it's like, spoilers for Avengers Doomsday or something. Robert Downey Jr. is in it. You know, like something as simple as that, where it's like something that everyone really knows. Like, the issue with that is you will have people who read the first line and instinctively just read the first line. They don't continue reading and they react to that. So you're kind of playing with fire with those kind of jokes. I can't lie. Ratio of spoilers to actual time to say to him would have gone to 7 total times said. And 6 spoken as spoilers. Yeah. Yeah. That's definitely... You're playing with fire there. Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there. Oh, that... Huh. I've never seen that in action before. Thanks. Let me go check. This is why I mentioned the word "the" appearing. We walked over to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was... Huh? There isn't anyone in here. Maybe we're looking at the wrong pod? This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate. I guess these folks are now they're in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken. I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered from a momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sisters began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word. So remember how Cassetti said that Vespa softly woke him up? Yeah. Because I would have made a 7-7, avoiding that number without making a complete inaction. Yeah. I mean, it's just... You were playing with fire. What can I say? Have we arrived? Rise and shine, lass. Had a nice kip, did you? I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we're traveling again. Me wasn't the reason people disappeared from the trains previously. Yeah. He wasn't. They didn't solve it at all. Understood. Any and all relevant reports will be sent to W Corp via LCCA and... Vergilius was already there when we arrived. Discussing the events aboard the train with Faust, he looked oddly apprehensive.
I will now leave with Karen to go watch as they unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space.
I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen. Because it was the preferable course of action to letting the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is... That is something I've been aware of since the LCB was first established. The same could be said of Virgilius. Of course. However, it was by the will of the LCA superiors that this knowledge remained withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there? According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including the one to Faust, had been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters authorization for that action. Right.
Thou, the full truth may remain obscured still. We are once again reunited.
Reunited. Reunited? No, returned. Return? That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned. Yes. Faust quietly affirms Yi-Sang's rather nebulous question.
Please, do not take this query with any greater import than a mere jest. However, do you suppose I shall see her again?
She shot a puzzled look at Yi-Sang.
In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not?
Yi-Sang mused ambiguously before leaving us. Whew. The inside of the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but it was also an opportunity to learn so much. But it's too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. How do we find ourselves at P Corp? Wherefore is my throat so parched? I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita, you missed out big time on one crazy adventure. Huh? That vibrated the last few grains of the sands out of my ears.
I'm proud of my son.
Thank you for the Yaluki sleeping on Roblox born clone. The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes uncertainty rises within me too. I looked up to Faust only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. That's a cute cat. I like that cat. Kibidi. She nodded at me with her usual barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bow. Or another 2 if this is like fucking Kanto 6. Wait, did I claim the ones from this one? I didn't. Did I claim the ones from Kanto 6? I did. Okay. We gotta do the fourth Walpurgis. What? Huh? Okay. I could just view the episodes? Okay. We'll just view the episodes then. Alright. I did as you asked, Faust. I looked up toward Faust, away from the PDA in my hands, as I rattled and fixed the identity cards into each slot. Today is the 4th Walpurgis night. The location is the same Lobotomy Corp headquarters of the past we visited. It's point in time in the branch of possibility uncertain. No, we're in the information branch.
네,
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Please proceed with the slotted identities to suppress the imminent ordeal.
인격들로 전투를 진-
Whew. I slotted in the Lobotomy Corp identities I pulled during the previous Walpurgis nights. Faust probably wants to study the correlation between Walpurgis night itself and the identities that can be pulled up, be pulled up only during each Walpurgis night.
Well, it ain't much of my business what identity we're supposed to wear, but can't you at least bother telling us where we are? I swear it's always you two who...
Yeah, I agree. We won't know what to do if you keep the important stuff just between the two of you, right?
Yeah, what do you say? I was trying to find a way to avoid sounding irritated. You've a way of mincing words, don't you? Thanks, lad.
Huh? I guess. F you. Functionality upgrade. Come on, don't talk about me like I'm a machine or something. Faust cleared her throat in an attempt to clear the air and stem the conversation from going on a tangent. We are at the Information Team Department of the former L Corp headquarters. Information Team. Well, do I recall that the place we had visited was called the Control Team Department. Maybe they added a new department with each Walpurgis night? Or with every Walpurgis night?
그런 것은 아닙니다.
The training team and the safety team, both adjacent to this department, are currently accessible. Therefore, your assessment is untrue.
단지
However, it is possible that there is a reason for the first place. The door connected to the...
분석하다 보면
to...
뭔가 알게 될 수도 있을 겁니다.
Wait. However, it's possible that there is a reason in the first place... What? Oh, I don't know. Okay, in my mind, I was trying to read that as, like, there's a reason in the first place. And I thought they were just missing in, but I read the full sentence and I get it now. However, it is possible that there's a reason the first place the door connected to was this location. Perhaps further analysis may yield more concrete information. Sinclair, when he's even tangentially implied to be related to machinery. Dude, I swear, Sinclair, I can't even lie, dude. I thought you were getting better after Kanto 3, and like you were definitely, I was liking you more. Not a ton, but I think ever since Kanto 3, like Kanto 4, you were rising up the ranks. Ever since Kanto 5 and onwards, dude, I think you've secured your place in my least favorite. I do not fuck with Sinclair. She's trying to take a more active role in learning things for herself. It seems that the events at the warp train rattled her more than I thought. Wait, really? Yeah, no, I think Sinclair has solidified himself as my least favorite. How? Dude, I can't stand him just being blatantly like I know, look, I know you got some problems going on yourself, bro. I get it, you know? I know everyone's got their own issues. But like I feel like Sinclair was seeing positive development and then fucking regressed. Like I thought you were reading it as a... No. Like I know... No, I know what you said was a joke, but I'm saying his total, like, his overall thing, right? Like, I feel like he's definitely... Especially after the Warp Train Intervalo. I feel like he's definitely regressed in character development. Like, he's gotten slightly worse. I don't think he's a bad character. Don't get me wrong. Right? Like, I think he's genuinely a well-written character. I just don't like him compared to the others. Like, I just don't think he's interesting. Okay, no, that's wrong. I do think he's, like, an interesting character, but it's like, I don't like him. I don't fuck with him. He was, like at the end of Kanto 3, and then, like, and then Kanto 4, he was getting, like, more courageous. And in the Intervalo as well. But then he stopped being, like, super, like, he stopped doing that, right? Like, it's like he became timid again. For some fucking reason. I don't know why. Like, he was timid still, but, like, he was getting more courageous, you know? And I thought it was going to continue building up and building up and building up. And instead, it felt like it built up, and then it hit, like, a fucking flat line. Like, Gregor, you know, we can go through all of them while the ads are going on. Gregor, I love Gregor's backstory, and I like how you can see him, despite, like, all the shit that he goes through as a character. Despite everything he's gone through as a character, he's still, like, trying his best. And I think, like, he really won me over with how much he cared about Yuri and stuff. Like, Gregor feels like, he feels kind of like a dad, where it's like, he cares a lot about others, and even though he's going through his own shit, he will always try to, like, help others. Because he knows what it's like to be alone with no one to help him. Raja, I really like her, the fact that she's, like, she's very clearly hiding something. And I know there's going to be a lot that happens with her because of the book she's from, which is Crime and Punishment, right? And I know I know a bit about Crime and Punishment. So I think, like, she has a lot of potential, and Time Killing Time definitely, like, grew on that. And I think it's just, like, interesting seeing her, like, slowly open up over time. Like, you can tell she definitely has some stuff going on that she doesn't want to address. And then, because also I think, like, she's quote-unquote, from what I noticed, the most normal out of the sinners. But that's kind of the point of Crime and Punishment. So, like, it's also kind of like how Fatalis in Monster Hunter, it's a simple European dragon, but that simplicity is what makes it different. Sinclair, I just talked about. Yi-Song, I think, has shown a lot of growth as a character from being, like, less interactive and more on the sidelines, kind of going with the flow, to actually being, like, an active role. Ishmael, I liked seeing her become her own person, and she always felt like a reluctant big sister of the group, where it's like she cares, but it's like the rest of the sinners are her annoying little siblings. Heathcliff I didn't like at first, but I mean, I already went into why he grew on me a lot. Like, I went on into that during the end of Kanto 6. I've always liked Don Quixote. Who else is there? Hong Lu. I always like how Hong Lu is, like, kind of a sassy boy. He's, like, unintentionally an asshole. But, like, there's definitely something going on with Hong Lu. Like, there's definitely a lot going on with Hong Lu, just because I know a bit of Dream of a Red Chamber, and based on the shit he said in the game. Ryoshu's my favorite. I don't have to speak on Ryoshu. Merceau grew on me a lot. I saw him kind of boring at first, but then you like, as you play more, you see like the depths of his character. And like just like he's got a lot going on, but he's just like a very emotionless person. I've always liked Otis. And then I mean, I've always liked Faust. So like it's not that Sinclair is a bad character, it's just easily my least favorite. It's like how like I don't hate Hakma as a Sephiroth, but he's my least favorite Sephiroth. So I just forget she exists until I need her for support passives. See, that couldn't be me. He just hasn't a spotlight role. He's still building. See, I disagree because like his Kanto was clearly like that was his spotlight role. Like he had his spotlight role, and you could tell he had his spotlight role because he grew as a character in that Kanto. It just feels like by the end of that Kanto, it was like at the end of that Kanto, it carried over to Kanto 4. And then it started kind of going backwards a bit. He's not the same spot where he first was. Like, he's definitely a little more courageous and stuff. But he definitely backtracked a bit. Because honestly, if I were to say anything, I think the two characters who haven't had a spotlight yet are Gregor and Raja. Those are the two that haven't. Hasn't had a spotlight role since Kanto 3. Okay, but neither has Isong. Neither, like, I don't think that's a good argument. Just because a character hasn't had a spotlight role since like an older Kanto, doesn't mean that they shouldn't have, like, that they should regress as a character. You know what I mean? Like, Gregor hasn't had a spotlight role. I don't think he has regressed. I disagree. You can see how he, like, okay, I don't think it's like a total regression in character development, right? But he definitely took a few steps back. And I think that's just because of the fact that he got his ass handed to him when he was courageous. And he's like, okay, maybe this isn't actually a good idea. You know? That makes sense. But it's just like, it just, like, I see Heathcliff, or I see Ishmael, and Ishmael's done nothing but grow. Raja's done nothing but, like, expand more as a character. Gregor stayed a little stagnant, but his character was already really strong. Sinclair, it feels like he has the potential to become such an interesting and thorough and character with such a good character arc, but it's like he was working towards. So like if I were to draw a graph of like Sinclair's development over time, right? It was like it'd be flat, and then Kanto 3 happens, it like exponentially grows, and then it smooths out a little bit. It dips down just the tiniest bit, and then it flattens out. That's how it's kind of shaped right now. Like, I do think he's regressed a little bit. Anyway, she's trying to take a more active role in learning things for herself. It seems like the events at the warp train rattled her more than I thought. She's probably concerned that similar loss of connection to that respiratory of Faust's knowledge may occur again. This place is pretty barren, huh? The more I look around, the more I see just purple. You got that right. Can't chalk that up to just being a corporate office, if you ask me. Doesn't seem like a great workplace environment at all.
지휘관은 본인의 취향이 아니더라도 부하들의 사기를 위해 지내는 공간을 살갑게.
Maybe it's just because I know more about him that I don't agree with. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm not caught up, so if there's something that happens later, then, you know, that can obviously change. But right now, Sinclair is still my least favorite. A good commander decorates their subordinates' living spaces with their morale in mind, even if it means going against their own tastes. Whoever heads this department must be somewhat quite unfit to lead. I bet they're not the only one who's unfit to lead. Ishmael was rummaging through a pile of miscellaneous items muttered from a distance as Otis mused at the ceiling. I found some employee doodles and scribbles back here. Oh, I suppose the department leads were called Sephira. They're saying something about how their Sephira is... Now that's some spicy profanity. I will read them. Merceau, you don't have to read the insults and profanities. Understood. In that case, I will instead peruse the document first and produce a comprehensive summary. Sometime later. That is all. Okay, so, first of all, thanks for skipping past all the profanities, but... Wow, that made me feel bad. And I've got nothing to do with this place. The only one I can say is my least here is probably Rodion. See, I don't understand that. I don't understand how, like... How people don't like Rodion. I don't understand it simply because, like... I think the character has a lot of depth that is just not noticeable at first glance. And I like that in a character. I like when the characters are complex, but you can't notice that at first glance. And Raja is very clearly hiding something. It's so insane. Like, they literally say it. It is not uncommon to see department leads shouting and butting heads, but... Perhaps a physical altercation would have been preferable to letting such a bitter animosity fester like this. It is clear to us that the Sephiroth did not share a very healthy work relationship with one another. Not to mention that not many employees really put their faith in the Sephiroth. It's not that I don't like her. It's just that the others, the others are just like more. That's kind of how I am with Sinclair. Like, I don't hate Sinclair. I don't think I like him. He's I'm very indifferent about him. Hey, this Sephiroth they call Malkuth, she must have been the Sephiroth of the control team department where we fought the ordeal last time. I can tell from the way she talks that she treats her employees like parts of a machine, driving them to their deaths, placing them when they inevitably crumble. I guess a wing is a wing after all. Yeah. Look, here's a conversation with Hod, the Sephiroth of the training team. It looks like she started off pretty rough, but managed to avoid making things hostile in the office. From the sounds of it, she really cares for her employees. Oh well. That's a whole nother type of annoying though, you know? Then, her heart would never have been rested easy as long as she was here. The grievance of the employees would have reached her ears nonetheless. She may have been given herself doses of painkillers she hid under the label of altruism. That she truly cared for them despite it all. And this Yasad must have been. I see. The Sephiroth of the information team department here. Clearly a stickler for the rules. Viper, he was called. Perchance he had an unsavory habit of sinking his teeth into his employees. It's only a figure of speech. He does seem like the irritating type, but he would have served as a decent strategist. Ah, this appears to be the meticulous record of the work schedules. According to that digital calendar, the upcoming schedule is fast approaching. There's no time to share the details regarding the ordeal. I suppose we should have checked the documents first. A heavy thump of the lights follows Otis's deep sigh. The lobby lights suddenly changed, and the floor began to tremble. Well, can't say I'm surprised. We knew that an ordeal was coming after all. Still, I wish we'd have some prior knowledge of our enemies this time. Yeah! What in the names of wings is that creature? Vermin, is it? 'Tis so far, yet appears so grand in size. Naturally, we whipped around to look at Don Quixote, who then directed our attention towards something writhing in the distance. A thing of a bizarre shape, crawling and squirming. If they have appeared in the safety team's corridors as well, then... There's more! There's more! Faust, anything you can tell us about them before they start rushing us? I shouted, watching at horror as the curiously violet grub-like creature slowly spawned into the hallway from thin air. Even though she probably didn't have much to tell me about them anyway. They will not rush us. There were reports that these entities are rather slow. In fact, they're in ordeal of violet, time, dawn. If they are indeed violet, then it is unlikely that we will have much time to discuss this further. We must immediately engage them, starting from the safety team hallway. A similar situation is very likely imminent in the information team and the training team hallways. Huh? So what? We gotta crush them like there's a timer or something? That would be an apt attitude, yes. The entities will soon be manifesting in every department. If we fail to quickly clear this zone and seek and destroy them in other departments. If we don't? Then we may come face to face with the kind of pandemonium we would rather not have the displeasure of experiencing. Every Clifoth counter in each department will immediately drop to 0.
And thus, the abnormalities contained within shall be released. Oh, bollocks, come on! We just got off that bloody warp train. I think we've had enough of the wing shenanigans to deal with by now.
Yeah, zip it and grab your weapons.
I'm going in.
Should we quickly just do this once? I think we could quickly just do this once.
녹슨 총에 날카롭지 않은
복지팀이
재촉지 마시오. 어련히 가겠지.
에고 침식도.
Just gotta do it once, you know? I feel like it's weird to skip it without actually doing the ordeal. I didn't realize it would play. The fruit of understanding. Look at them. My little guys. Which, ordeal, or not ordeal, but which units were in this one? Was it Magic Bullet and Solemn Lament in this one?
정확하게.
Really? Sinclair's like your third favorite? Interesting.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
It was Red Eyes and Solemn Lament. Okay, cool. I do have Red Eyes. I don't have it leveled up. I have, but I mean, I did its up tie 3 already. We did see that. But I don't have it leveled up. Oh, I do remember her mentioning the Violet, the Donna Violet. I do remember her mentioning that.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Bam, bam, bam. It makes sense why they're weak to Pierce then. Because I'm assuming, like, Solemn Lament was the good one for this fight. Also because it helps with, like, the buff we got helps with the status application. So I feel like this was kind of built for Solemn Lament.
지킬 게 많거든.
다시 못 살게 군은 없을 것이오.
써야 할 때가 왔군.
You know that thing about Sinclair for between 3rd and 2nd? Oh, really? I don't think there's anything wrong with liking Sinclair. Like, let's just making sure that's understood. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
피워보지.
Bam, bam, bam. Gregor Sinclair probably tied this fight.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Waiter, more sinking, please.
지킬 게 많거든. 써야 할 때가 왔군.
How many more of these do I have to fight? Oh, this is the last wave? Okay.
태어난 곳으로
They all die here.
태어난
Bang. Bang. Bam. And then we hit him with the dysphoria beam.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
흐드러졌구려.
Like him at this point is because he simply doesn't do any much from Kenta 4 to 6. Yeah.
즉시 날 제거하시죠.
정확하게.
Grant us love.
시들 수밖에 없는
내게 주어진 일을 진정할 시간이 지키지 않나.
They didn't take him out of the department, those fools. You were supposed to take him out of the department. Not very sane, Limbus player. What's up? How's it going? Sometime later. Phew. That's a relief. At least it wasn't indestructible. Abruptly broken stones lay about the exhausted sinner's feet. That didn't last long.
시
I see.
사라지는
It fades away to naught. Yes. Well, the entity took the form of a stone steel, an object commonly composed of inorganic material, matter. It is likely that its existence itself is perceived as a religious artifact in certain indeterminate locales. True. That giant object did suddenly appear out of thin air before dropping right in front of us.
Dude, all I'm saying is this fucking Mirror World Iron sucks, dude. How did you let all your employees die like that? The steel, which had once threatened the sinners with its tentacles, soon disappeared from our sight like it never existed. If Faust hadn't pushed me into the hallway just in time, I'd have been...
Dante!
Wham! We would have all died forever if that thing had crushed me too.
We were not crushed by the steel, to be exact. The real issue was the shockwave that came after the crash.
I thought I slipped away in time, but I had no idea the shockwave would be so deadly. We're going to have to find a way to deal with that shockwave somehow, or it'll be too risky to continue with our Walpurgis Night expedition. I'm not saying that I'm scared of the pain I have to go through when reviving the sinners, which really hurts. Of course, especially when it's tenfold, but dear God, I just noticed Faust. Oh, in chat, yeah, Faust has been here for a bit. Faust has been here since I started. I'm not sure if I want to ask them to repeatedly run a mission that's guaranteed to kill them in the end. Moreover, we don't even know if whatever we will find here will be worth all the trouble.
According to the information given, it is said that ordeals cannot occur in immediate succession.
It can't occur right after one another? What? Did the giant piece of rock have nothing to do with an ordeal then?
Yes, it was an ordeal of Violet. However, this was the noon of Violet. Ordeals of the noon are a degree higher than the ordeals of the dawn, which we already have experience with.
Faust's brows were frowning at a nigh imperceptible angle. She was sighing even as she relayed that information to us, clearly perturbed by something. I suddenly recalled what Faust speculated back at the warp train, that the Gestal Shaft may have made a purposeful omission. You know that this is the Gestal Shaft withholding information from you again?
There is no evidence to say for certain. They did not withhold the information regarding the ordeal of noon. Thus, a more likely explanation is that this was merely a true manifestation of a rare possibility. Yet your suggestion does concern me. If it was indeed a manifestation of a rare possibility, then we must seek for clues in this Walpurgis Night that may point us to an explanation.
So, should we explore further? But...
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
A loud buzz, crackle, and an unfamiliar voice broke through the awkward silence we were meandering in. Blimey! Who said that?
Oh, I hearken unto thee! Oh, I guess I can't hear your answers anyway. Ignore what I just said. Hello, this is Hod from the training team speaking.
I love Hod. She's so cute.
It appears that the Sephira, Hod, whose name we first learned of in the earlier document, is the one speaking to us.
So this is her voice, huh? I think Hod is probably my third favorite Sephira. It's Gebra, Bina, Hod, probably. Gotta say, this is kind of what we all expected her to sound, right?
We are all investigating how and why an ordeal of noon occurred immediately after the dawn. I understand that an unfamiliar situation like this may cause a sense of alarm and anxiety, but there's nothing to worry about as long as you remember the instructions under the Exception number 40 AA measure, which I made sure to mention every training session.
Exception number 40 AA.
Just how many exceptions did she come up with?
She must be a leader with a very hands-on approach to team management. Commanders who are overprotective of their personnel often make such mistakes.
Guys, I don't think it's time to share our first impressions. We don't know what measure she's talking about. At this rate, we'll get... Oh.
There was a dull thwick just as Sinclair began to air his concerns.
Did I just get shot? You there, at the lobby. You've been dozing off during our drills, haven't you? I'm pretty sure I explained that in the outlier case like these, we'll be firing physical intervention shield bullets we share with the middle layer. So why are you acting all surprised like you've never been shot before? Shield bullets?
Huh? That bullet does look kind of familiar, actually. Carefully approach Sinclair to take a closer look at where the projectile hit him.
Oh, hey, I recognize this. This looks just like the K ampule.
Yeah, it's K Corp.
Just that almost melted me into a puddle back at K Corp. Ugh. I'm getting unpleasant goosebumps just from thinking about it.
You were totally badass, though, is she? Jumping right in front of Dante, taking the bullets for them and everything.
Then she went ahead and hurled a bloody harpoon into Clockhead's shoulder herself only a few months later. Sound like a good circular narrative structure. Okay, you smartasses. It is not a K-Corp ampule. While it is true that K-Corp's technology was used to regenerate its employees, a barrier field like this fundamentally differs from the type of technology used by K-Corp. It is said that Lobotomy Corporation maintained collaborative relationships with other wings, including K-Corp. Through the said collaborations, they obtained the bullets and ampules of diverse functionalities useful for the workings of this company. It appears that this shield bullet is the result of one such partnership. Wait, then this bullet will... It is said that this bullet can partially negate physical damage, which is also known as red damage in Lobotomy Corporation terminology. It will likely shield us from the shockwave created by the steel as well. We'll have a counseling session later about your lack of focus during training. For now, please try to suppress this ordeal of noon as soon as possible. I'll give everyone a physical intervention shield, so let's try to take care of this ordeal with as few casualties as possible. Dante, let us.
Oh, right. Let's get to move on and deal with the other steals as well.
Indeed. It would be preferable if we return after confirming the destruction of steals in other areas as well. We will have to visit Lobotomy Corporation headquarters of different possibilities as well. We will make use of the Sephira and the shield as soon as we are able then.
Good idea. Thanks to the unexpected support from Sephira, we are able to explore further through the Thanks to the unexpected support from Sephira, we are able to explore further through the Walpurgis night. All those trainings were for their own good.
Is that so hard to understand?
It was just that I couldn't help but think back to Hod's last few utterances that managed to slip through the static. It made me wonder what really went down here, after the headquarters of Lobotomy Corporation. Nothing good, that's for sure. Alright, so who wants to be hired by Lobotomy Corporation? I know everyone here wants to be a LobCorp hire. I'm just seeing what they offer. Oh, okay. I still have stuff to exchange for this. I don't know what I should get. The tickets, I guess. I guess the most bang for my buck, right? Is the tickets. Anyway, so the dream ending. I already love this Kanto. I haven't even started. I see the first name. I love it. I love it already. And it's silly, whimsical song, bro. Which treats the life and the contracts of the not so famous but valiant Don Quixote. The night approacheth with great haste, yet thou shalt hew open a path, cleaving the shadows in twain. With the blessings and approval of thy family, of which there is no equal, challenge and vanquish all things perilous, and at last reach true happiness. Thus, how indubitable the magnificence with which mine ingenious adventures of today shall shine, which is our adventure as well. You remember the words, right? A fixer must maintain a head clear of corruption, speech free of deceit, and conduct guided by clemency. Show courage in adventure, and bear pain and suffering. And pray, forget not the mercy for the downtrodden. And last but not least, pursue your dream, even if it means wagering your life in the chase. Should you ever fail to stand by even one of these tenets, I'll smack you guys upside the head myself. Steel yourself, and always, always keep moving forward.
그거 참
Is that not
치사한 협박이
a threat most unfair? Also, why was that multiple voices talking?
나리 치사하네.
But like, okay, I know multiple voice because of because of Dawn and then the other Dawn, but like that sounded like a male voice. I do know that Dawn in the novel was accompanied by someone. Fuck, what's the guy's name? I forget what the guy's name is that accompanied Dawn in the book. But Don Quixote, maybe, and I don't think that was it. Good guess though. But yeah, I know Dawn was accompanied by someone, and I wonder if that's that person. Manager Esquire, how unfair of thee! Most unfair, I say. What is it this time? For once I believed that 'twas my time to shine. Much did I wish to be the one who to pull off the final flourish in its deserved splendor. 'Twas my chance to mark my name in the newspaper. During the Peacock's warp train station seemed to always remind Don Quixote of our last misadventure. She repeated the exact same complaint a few times by now. Oh, wherefore dost thou make an expression of such great dourness, Manager Esquire? I don't even have a face, let alone an expression. How untrue, how untrue! Dost thou not see? No, I don't. I don't have eyes. All things blessed with existence has hearts, even the little critters, and indeed, even the blades of the grass, which most people bother not to linger with even a fleeting thought upon. Forsooth, an existence of a heart necessitates an expression, wouldst thou say not? Or wouldst thou not say? That is to say, we mustn't let the strength of the body be the scale with which we judge one's measure. Thus, persevere. Let only thy unbending heart be the tool with which thou dispensest justice. Hark! Perchance, indubitably. What are some other Shakespearean words? Wherefore?
채택 임열계했냐?
Right. Out with it. Who encouraged the last this time?
Hearken unto me, Manager Esquire! Bouncing to be or not to be. I think the first one's wrong. I don't think that was a Shakespearean word. To be or not to be. Yes, that was Shakespeare, I think. No, it was using Shakespeare. Oh. Don Quixote, hey, can you hear me? Say something. Don Quixote regards me silently. No, that's some eldritch being, who I can't help but wish is Don Quixote, gazing at me. She opens her mouth. My instinct is screaming at me to not listen to her, but... Don Quixote... Has the... ended? No. I don't think it's ended. Is that so? Rocinante, to me, I beseech you. I don't know if I gave her the right answer, though my answer was an almost instinctual relay of a thought that manifested in my head. Don Quixote closes her eyes upon hearing my reply, as though drifting away into a gentle, pleasant dream. And I carefully slipped a ragged pair of running shoes she called Rocinante onto her feet. And I make a silent wish. Let her blood-red eyes never, ever open again.
Have we arrived? Fee, what devilry is this? Whither hath the villainous blood fiend gone?
우리가 쫓던 그 악독한 혈기가 어찌하여 흔적도 없이 사라져버렸는가?
Don Quixote.
Didst thou strike down the cur?
그자를 잡은 것인가?
And back to present. I kind of feel like we all missed out on something cool. Wish I was there with Faust and Dante when it all went down to see how you guys managed to kill that guy, you know? Let's not leave a certain someone out of the story. She was there as well, though she had embarrassingly passed out like a coward in front of that blood fiend. The shame of Limbus Company, I say. S-O-L-C. Pathetic. Come on. We all passed out too, didn't we? I suppose I should have been there to take the reins of the sinners. Were you that scared of that blood fiend, Don Quixote? I understand. That's okay. I understand how you feel. Oh, a true hero standeth still and calm, unmoving in the face of such base mockery. I agree, Raja. I do feel like we missed out on something big. Because when we got there in the aftermath, all we saw was a very confused-looking Dante standing over the blood fiend's exploded, melted parts. I was standing? Confused? Was I? Forsooth, why didst thou not awake me? I would have even forgiven thee for slapping my cheeks upside down. So, what actually happened in there? I already told you guys earlier, didn't I? What? You just chilled off with the... That's, you know... Until we change the subject. What are you talking about? Executive Manager, perhaps you were in a similar state of explosive delirium to the one you experienced earlier. I'm referring to the time when your head burst into the flames. Oh, no, it's, I was being glaring at me warily as though my clock head was about to explode at any moment. That didn't happen. That didn't happen, huh? Well, if you won't talk, then I turn to Miss Faust, our second eyewitness. Can I get some statements from you, madam? Raja asked confidently, still in the mood to play detective. Faust does not have any information she deems necessary to share at the moment. Gotcha. Then right back to you, witness Dante. Listen up. I have an important announcement to make, so pay close attention. Catherine. Wuthering Heights Manor. Shao the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker. What? It was about to happen in Kanto 5? What was about to happen? What? Catherine, are you good? You know, I pointed out. Oh yeah. You know, I kind of did get rid of Catherine. I'm sorry. It had to happen. I mean, I still remember you, and Heathcliff still does, but, like, you kind of just don't really exist in this world anymore. Who are you talking to, by the way? Myself, like streamers normally do, you know? We normally just talk to ourselves sometimes. It's just like that, yeah? Don't mind me, just talking to myself. I have no idea if it was a coincidence or not, but Virgilia stepped in at just the right moment to divert the sinners away from me.
As you are all well aware, we have been contracted by P Corp to work on a case here. I suppose we've done this song and dance enough times for you to know what's coming. Right. Suppose we'll be having a scuffle, song, dance, whatever the higher-ups tops want, with distortions or abnormalities or what have you. Did I get that right? Aha! And 'tis a quest that leads us to lay claim upon another golden bow in our hands, is it not?
Don Quixote replies, brimming with excitement.
Well, yes. Well, if the two of you were able to catch on that quick, I don't suppose any further elaboration is necessary. However, this operation will be somewhat... No, let me correct myself. This operation will be drastically different from anything you have done so far. It may be one of our most bothersome missions.
Well, when hasn't it been like that? I guess it would be pretty bothersome to have to tag along with a group that's 2-3 times larger than our own, though, but... The sinner's intuition appears to be growing sharper by the day. Oh. Are we actually... You know what? I think I'm just gonna keep these guesses to myself from now on.
It's not something that can be negotiated. Well, isn't it better to join a group 3 times our size rather than to oppose it?
Will this be a joint operation then? Who will we be working with? Can't say I have the fondest memories of joint operations.
Memories of pain, if you will.
Our mission at K-Corp was our first and last experience with a joint operation. Ugh. I so vividly remember watching Rousseau's arm flying off, smacking against a pillar and squelching onto the floor. A more accurate recounting of the event would have included the fact that my scapula was also forcibly separated from my torso. Can't we just keep this between us? The other guys would just get in the way and screw everything up. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I strongly agree with that one.
How presumptuous of you all. You do well to remember that you are not the only team coming into this operation harboring such arrogant thoughts.
Otis agreeing with Rodion? They agree secretly with each other in the bedroom. That's the truth they don't want you to find out.
This contract is, after all, an open contract posted by the Hana Association. The association overlooking the operations of fixers.
Regalia stopped himself, noticing an ominous aura from one of the sinners. Oh, I know who it is. There stood Don Quixote, practically vibrating with excitement. Dude, can we just, like, what we should do is just fucking hook up, like, electrical nodes to...
I'm proud of my son.
Y'all low-key sleeping on Roblox.
Thank you for the y'all Loki sleeping on Roblox, Warren. Hi, Roni. We should strap, like, electrical impulses to Don Quixote, and then, like, have it generate energy based on her movement, And then just mention fixers around her, and we create infinite energy. So ready to manifest the ego to beat up Dawn, dude. If she does, I'd be fucking, you know, like Piccolo saving Gohan. I'd be pulling that, but with Don Quixote. Get behind me!
Someone gag Don Quixote at your earliest convenience.
내가 맞지.
Allow me.
Otis!
어,
Anyway, this means that our colleagues joining this operation won't be any ragtag bands of fixers from some alleyway office no one's ever heard of. It is very likely that fixers from somewhat established associations will be joining us.
Make out noises? Dude, I need their top 2 Yuris I need. And this is not because these are my top 3 favorite, I swear. But top 3 Yuri I need. Roshu Dawn, Roshu Otis, Otis Dawn. Wait, that's 4. Fuck. Top 4 Yuris I need. You. Stop wriggling your lips. That was 3? No, I said Roshu Dawn, Otis Dawn, Otis. Oh yeah, it was 3. It was 3. Hehe. Not because they're my favorites. List your favorites. Suspicious. Yeah, no, it's definitely not. It's. I can confirm that Roshu Dawn was not because they're my favorites. Roshu Dawn, I think, is... I just think they have, like... the perfect... like... polar opposite dynamic. Stop wiggling your lips. They're definitely doing this in the back. Dude, I'm just saying... Because, like, okay, in my mind, right, Roshu and Otis are 100%, 110% both tops. Without a doubt in my mind, they're both tops. Don Quixote, I could see as a switch. Switch, but bottom leaning. I'm so glad that Otis was here to stop Don Quixote from exploding into joy. Because if she hadn't, we'd be drawing the attention of every single person in sizable radius around us.
Right. So, what kind of monster are we dealing with this time?
More than that. How do they want it done? You're talking like some shady Backstreets fixer. Vergilius looked up just as Heathcliff asked this question.
Further details will be shared by our client, who graces us with her timely arrival.
Who is she? Hello. Mommy, sorry, no. It's okay. Let your freak flag fry. Unless it's Roni. Roni, keep your freak flag in check. In which is explored, Limbus Company is not exactly first alliance with the Wing. What? That's so mean? You've had enough. I'm fucking getting a spray bottle. Bad. Down. Down. Her belly button is visible. Dude, I want to lick her abs. I'm so... So, you want to what? No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Sorry. My allergies are acting up really badly. Let me take a sip of water real quick. My throat's scratchy. Anyone can be a freak except me? Yeah, that's true. Something so pathetic, something happy for you. I didn't say anything though. It was just, I was coughing up a little bit, Yeah. So she's the one we were supposed to meet here at the station.
이거 특색 붉은 시선님을 뵈어 영광이군요.
Hold on. Pardon me for 1 second, please. I'm gonna go quickly. Just give me 1 second. I just gotta. I had to just like. Sorry. Just had to take a step away for a second, I just had to. Do we have to? I don't think we need to progress in the game, right? We can just stay on this screen. Your cough really sounds like a pathetic yearning, low-key. I don't know what you're talking about. My, what an honor this is to meet the Red Gaze himself in the flesh.
그 외에도 모두들 반갑습니다.
Everyone, I am pleased to meet you all.
아카이빙 부서의 부장.
So like she's back off! Back off! Anyway, everyone, I'm pleased to meet you all. I'm Cicera, head manager of P Corp, archival department. Called it? No? Alright, so I'm banning you, is what I'm hearing. I'm timing you out. No, wait, I literally have the menu pulled up right now. Don't test me. Don't test me. I will.
아카이빙 부서?
Archival department.
뭔가 기록하는 일이라도
So,
하는 건가?
you are bookkeepers, correct?
그렇다고 할 수
In a
있죠.
manner of speaking, yes.
다른 날개는
It is a
몰라도
rather significant department within P Corp, regardless of how other wings treat their own archivists. If a bigwig like the head manager of such an important department is here to see us herself, then, boy, I guess we really are putting our names out there.
틀린 말은 아닌데
Not entirely incorrect assessment.
당신들
I did
림버스
hear some
컴퍼니에
things about you and
대한
Limbus Company
건너건너서
through the word of mouth.
있더라고요. 뭐라더라?
What was it?
황금가지
Ah,
한
yes,
번만
a medium-sized
얻을 수 있다면
enterprise with its employees gladly
금가지
braving
비싸게
death to see a contract to its end.
소개시켜내고야만
All just to attain
신경을
these
쓰라고
golden bows? I forgot, like, Cicera, like, existed. That's fine. You don't have to remember her. More for me. That's true, I guess, but... Hey, she's actually making it sound pretty impressive, huh? Forsooth, I and my dearest compatriots have vanquished countless evils through all kinds of hardships and deadly foes. Brave death indeed. The other sinners were more confused than impressed by her description, but it was clear from Don Quixote's practically twinkling eyes that she was immensely infatuated by it.
We did receive a brief of this contract. A particularly stubborn urban nightmare case, which all kinds of fixers have failed to rout despite their repeated attempts.
맞아요.
Correct.
I doubt it is customary for the head manager of an entire department to greet every no-name fixer office looking to make a name for themselves.
네,
Correct again.
또한 맞습니다.
And seeing how you've gone to the lengths to privately deliver this particular contract to our hands, this isn't a simple urban nightmare eradication contract, is it? I sense that your expectations of us extend beyond simply defeating it. There must be a particular task you're expecting us to brave death for, given your emphasis.
What an odd feeling.
기분이네요.
I wasn't going to hide it from you anyway,
이제
but
숨길 셈도 아니고
it feels as though you're reading me like an open book. We are stared in dumbfounded silence as Vergilius effortlessly cuts through the hoops to get to the core of the contract.
맞아요. 토벌 대상이
Yes,
있는
your
위치에
people were quite
어딘가에
blunt about this when you
황금가지
contracted us
안개가
first.
있다고 해요.
That there's this
이건
golden bow
당신
somewhere
쪽에서
near our
우리에게
eradication
먼저
target.
연락을 취해서 말한 정보죠. 처음에 그 연락을 받았을 때 얼마나
My, I was so astonished when I picked up that call.
황금가지가 뭐냐는
Your people refuse to answer our questions, refuse to tell us what those golden bows are. Insisted that we let your people inside the zone to confirm the exact coordinates. I almost thought it was a prank call or something.
I believe we also made you an offer you couldn't refuse.
I don't know if it's a particularly versatile agent or a very proactive intelligence department, but your company has some serious intel gathering capabilities. Cicera let out a deep sigh and leaned against the wall, her shoulders slumping slightly. So, what exactly are we eradicating this time? Given that we have hopeful fixers queuing up to join the mission, what is an escaped abnormality wreaking havoc somewhere like last time? Or is it a distortion? Because if it is... Cicera wordlessly stared at Ishmael as she began to rapid-fire her list of questions. Right. Forgot to explain. So abnormalities and distortions are the kind of monsters that may look similar at first glance. If only our problem was just another monster to deal with. Something that caught my eye immediately after we arrived at this place. The missing persons flyers. Countless flyers, each in search of a different person, were taped to the pillars inside the station. It's like people at P Corp are randomly going missing in no discernible age or gender patterns. Cicera, realizing that we were staring at the wall of missing persons flyers, began. As you can see, the flyers are all old, faded, and tattered to the point where the papers are starting to peel off. Which means that none of them have returned home safely. So we're not dealing with an entity then. It is a phenomenon. The land where the happiest smiles bloom. The amusement park of fables and legends. La Mancha Land. La Mancha Land. More than several dozen people have been reported missing, but the real number is likely much higher. Most of the guests who visited La Mancha Land, which mysteriously materialized 2 months ago at the back streets of P Corp, are still trapped within. They have gone missing, thou sayest? Yet how can that be? 'Tis against the nature of amusement parks to be so full of horror, not joy. That's just not true, Dawn. You've never gone to Hollow Scream or like, what's the other one? There's Hollow Scream. There's the Universal one too. Horror Nights, Halloween Horror Nights. Never gone to those? I simply did not have enough manpower under my authority to deal with this. It was designated an urban plague 3 days after its appearance. And now it's been escalated to an urban nightmare.
Curious. If it is a mere urban nightmare, not even a star of the city, then shouldn't P Corp be able to easily handle this on its own?
Didn't know those were things? Really? Every year, Universal does like a horror take on a horror version of its park during the month of like October. It's really fun to go to. I haven't gone to the last few ones because I didn't like the themes, because usually they have like some themes from like sponsored stuff. So like they'll do like Stranger Things, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Friday the 13th, stuff like that. I know in Japan though, I think it was last year or the year before, in Japan they had Resident Evil. They had FNAF and I was sad I didn't get to go. I'm so glad I didn't get to go, because I don't give a shit about FNAF. Wait, Universal's a theme park? Yeah. It's not as extravagant as Disney, like in terms of like themed areas and shit. They just kind of throw shit whatever, and they focus more on the rides than like an experience, if that makes sense. So I'd say it's more focused towards like young adults to like, you know, adults. I don't like Universal Studios as much because I don't like roller coasters, but I do like hanging out in the Jurassic Park area. So I really only go if it's like Horror Nights. Just because like Horror Nights, they don't do rides. It's like you walk around the parks and go through like little like mini haunted houses and shit. I know there's the Nintendo World now though and stuff. So like I don't know. Maybe I'll go back one time. I don't know. I don't I'm not too like bothered if I do or bothered if I don't. I'm very indifferent about it. But yeah, Universal is a theme park. Wait, like you've never heard of like the Harry Potter? Like I feel like the Harry Potter section is talked about so much. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised. I know Harry Potter was owned by You didn't know Harry Potter was owned by Universal. I've never watched the movies. That's fair. I don't like Harry Potter at all. I didn't like Harry Potter even before, like, it was more public about how terrible of a person J.K. Rowling. I think her name is pronounced Rowling and not Rowling. But like I never cared for it. Never cared for Harry Potter. Just cuz like dude, I think its magic system is so boring. Like, dude, if your most powerful spell, like, I'm sorry, if your most powerful spell is just you die, that shit's so boring to me. You're telling me your most powerful spell isn't like a fucking giant missile or like a giant, like, you know, fireball or like fucking summoning a tsunami, creating a tornado, fucking lightning. Like, you're telling me the most powerful kill is die and you just die. Like, that's so fucking boring and lame. I think the only thing I liked about Harry Potter was I had this game for the original Xbox, this Harry Potter game, and it sucked. It was terrible. I think it was what was hilarious about it though is that like you would upgrade characters by like giving them like chocolate frog cards or whatever the fuck they were. And all of what's her name? Hermione, the girl, all of Hermione's chocolate frog cards did not include her. They were all about other characters. They hated her in that game. What were we talking about? Oh, I was just talking about the fact that, like, I hate Harry Potter. And I've always hated Harry Potter. Anyway, ads are done. Let's go back.
Curious. If it is a mere urban nightmare, not even a star of the city, then shouldn't P Corp be able to easily handle this on its own?
That's the thing. The other departments aren't really interested in this phenomenon. Which means that the Marshal Department won't be sending their elite employees to handle this case.
What? Yet wherefore doth P Corp not deploy their elite forces to swiftly vanquish the risk to the lives of the innocent?
Don Quixote was now completely and emotionally invested in this gripping tale of tragedy that our client was sharing. Cicero seemed to be enjoying Don Quixote's excessive, almost theatrical reaction. Because the phenomenon only affects the back streets. Imagine if it had happened somewhere within the nest. The squadrons of elite agents from the compression department would have descended the moment it manifested.
That's enough beating around the bush, head manager Cicero. What more are you hiding? It would have been a walk in the park for someone of your status and station to requisition agents from a different department. So explain, why did you really go through the trouble of hiring Limbus Company?
네네.
Yes. My, you really are unrelenting.
못 이기겠군요. 알겠어요.
Fine, I confess.
자백하겠습니다.
The goal of our department.
저희 라만차랜드를 없애는 것이 아닙니다.
So this one I can beat around her bush? Alright, that's enough. Shaking my head, Roni. I can't believe this. It's too funny. Too funny of an opportunity to pass up. You should be back now. Have you learned your lesson? No? Alright. Guess we gotta time you out longer. That's fine. You sure you haven't learned your lesson? I'm giving you one last chance. Are you sure you haven't learned your lesson? Isn't the eradication of La Mancha land? Riz did use Mong too? Probably. Huh?
자,
Now,
당신들은
you will soon be heading into La Mancha land with the other fixers.
라만차랜드로 향하는
Yeah, I have, I guess. I guess isn't confident enough.
한 가지
A piece of advice, if you will.
당신들이
Do not let the other
황금
fixers know that you are here to find the golden bow.
다른 해결사들이 알게 하지 마세요. 황금 가지를
If they were to
믿는
somehow
그곳이
find that out that there is this mysterious artifact called the golden bow hidden somewhere within that zone. I said I did? No, you said I did, I guess. You said I did, I guess. The I guess gives it this fact that you're reluctantly saying this and you didn't actually learn anything. You ever just stare at a wall and space out? Yeah, all the time.
해결사들에겐 또 다른 보상으로
It could start
이어질 수
attracting
있어요.
unwanted attention from fixers who considered a bounty separate from the eradication reward. No need to stir the pot,
물론
And I'm sure you are all savvy enough to know that it would be wise to keep quiet about the true objective of our department,
함구하는 게 좋겠죠?
if you know what I mean. I usually share my Rodion poster and space out. That's so real of you.
한마디로
Dude, if I had a poster of Gebra and I stared at it, I don't think I could space out. I think I would space out, but I would space out to everything else in the world because I'd be so locked in on our boobs. I hear you loud and clear. Let's keep this hush-hush between Key Corp and Limbus Company. I'll let Gebra discipline me for 24/7. Catherine, as much as I enjoy your presence here, she's mine. All right? She's mine. You're real for that, though. Rock, paper, scissors, winner gets Gebra? No. I'm just killing you. I'm sorry. I'm just the messenger. And now, I have to break your neck. Gebra's mine. Roni knows the extent to which Gebra is mine. I've messaged Roni the extent to which Gebra is mine. I hear you loud and clear. Let's keep this hush-hush between P Corp and Limbus Company. We both get what we want, and we can go our separate ways once this business is over. No fuss, no muss. Did I get that right? Okay, wait. There's one exception. There's one exception to someone else who can want Gebra. Okay. There's one exception, and that is Bina. Okay. Gebra and Bina are wives, but Gebra and Bina are also my wife. We got like a nice triple polycule going on. It's a polycule where they're passing me around like a blunt. That's my ideal life. You ever eat paper? Yes, I have before. I haven't eaten paper in a long time. Me neither. I called her boobs pretty once and got yelled at. Yeah, this is true. That's a pretty good summary.
너무 얕잡아 보지
Who do you think we are? I can tell you right now that when it comes to OPSEC, some of us might fall slightly behind. Okay, fine, you can have them, but I'll have Hod. That's fine with me. That's fine with me. Hold on. You know what? We'll shake on that right now, okay? You can have Han. As long as look, not in a romantic way. As long as I can, like, hang out with Hod and, like, buy her, like, donuts or something, you know? Because she's so cute. But you can have her. She's just cute. And cute girls deserve lots of treats.
It's about time we got to the point. We're only attracting more unwanted eyes by lingering here.
그렇네요.
I love cute girls. Yeah, me too. I also love girls that would beat the shit out of me and call me mean things. Who said that? Faust, why'd you say that? The fuck is wrong with you, dude? That's true. Here's your mission. Enter La Mancha Land. Find the thing or someone that created La Mancha Land and bring it to me. Or someone. The thing or someone is too insufficient a description. We do not even know if what we seek is made of organic or inorganic material. So why do you need the thing person who created La Mancha Lands? Shouldn't eradicating it be enough? Huh. Cicera's eyes twinkled for a brief moment as they lingered on Sinclair. Did I say something wrong? I don't know. I suppose I was flabbergasted by your boldness of daring to ask a question like that. Notice how I'm not asking why you're looking for the golden bows? Well, it's not like a big secret or anything. If you really do want to know, here it is. My eyes twinkle when I look at him too. Yeah, I bet they do, okay? I love how, like, I think you like Sinclair the most. You haven't even played the game. But just on what I've played, you like Sinclair the most. I like him the least. You ever skin a person alive, fry their skin and stuff it in the half-eaten dead hooker in their fridge? That's what it's like to drive the new Ford F-150. No, I haven't, and I won't, because I don't like trucks. I think if you own a semi-truck, like, instantly, I am, like, significantly less attracted to you as a person. If you really want to know, here it is. I just want whoever, or whatever it is behind this case, to be held responsible for the damages they've caused. We do have opposite types, so... No, I mean, like, not even, like, as, like, a character that I want. Like, just genuinely, he is my least favorite. Generally. In all aspects. Forsooth, a villain who hath committed such wicked atrocity deserveth a punishment most fitting. And as a little bonus, I get to put some achievements under my belt to give my department a little push to rise above the others. I can use a promotion right about now, you know. I suppose it doesn't matter whether we accept your proposition or not. You must have already reached an agreement with the top brass of our company.
Right, but what if, after kicking the phenomenon's arse, we don't bother bringing in the bloke who made that bizarre amusement park? What'll you do then?
He spoke crassly, but it was a reasonable question. After all, there was also a chance we could fail to bring the culprit here, even if we wanted to. Well, then I suppose we'll start looking into what these golden bows are, even if we won't get our hands on them immediately. I'm pretty biased with the whole him getting the shit beat out of him. If someone does it better, they'll probably be my favorite instead. Well, Roni, you know, quite frankly, I think you should just fucking finish LobCorp, play Ruina, and then play Limbus. And then before Kanto 6, read Distortion Detective and Leviathan. Huh. So you'll start getting in our way if we don't bring you what you want. Is that it? It would be a rather unnecessary and cost-ineffective research investment, of course. But you just might force our hand if you don't do as we requested. Besides, while La Mancha Land is only an urban nightmare at the moment, its level is rising exponentially. This means that more and more people in the city are beginning to catch wind of this case. Numerous fixers from all over the city are gathering here at this very moment to eradicate La Mancha Land. To demonstrate my point. So you're saying that we're not your only option? Mm-hmm. Who doesn't love fame and fortune? We could always get a truckload of willing participants if we wanted to. Oh, and maybe, just maybe, some fixers among them might find themselves becoming particularly interested in these golden bows. I swear, these precious artifacts must have a particular smell that attracts fixers like bees to honey. Got it. You want this mission taken care of before the phenomenon attracts too much attention. Oh, you're cutting right through the fluff again. Anyways, you got that right. Isn't it so fortunate how we both seem to be under the impression that what each of us is looking for won't be of much use to the other? For now, at least. I suppose that is why you're keeping the nature of those golden bows discreet. And that is why we're keeping it on the down low about what created La Mancha Land. Agreed. The more eyes observe an info, the less value it has. Like run-of-the-mill mass-produced products. Of course it's all work talk. I got excited for a second that we were about to go get some nice souvenirs. We have very high expectations for every single one of you. After all, you're all willing to die for this, aren't you? She keeps saying that. This is what every single one of our contracts has been like. Our stability and safety go out the window the moment the mission begins in earnest. We share nothing but our cold goals and objectives, not exchanging anything deeper than the shallowest transactions. I'd grown to accept this as an inevitability, but I do know that this is probably not the right way. Ahem! Amidst the dull and resigned eyes of the other sinners, Don Quixote's eyes alone burned with passionate fire. Thou mayest put thy faith in us, head manager Cicera. I, Don Quixote, and my compatriots here at Limbus Company shall put an end to the terrible reign of this La Mancha Land, and rescue every single victim it hath claimed. And mark my words, we shall pinch this vile rascal who created La Mancha Land by the collar, and present them before thee. Prithee, smite them with the hammer of justice in everyone's stead. My, you certainly know how to inspire confidence. That's more than I could say for the vast majority of fixers I've known. I, Don Quixote, shall battle valiantly and honorably. Thus shall my name be forever etched in the halls of P Corp. Don Quixote was bouncing up and down like she was prepared to stand at Cicera's beck and call. I mean, shit, dude, I'd be moving like that too. Dude, Don is literally just me. The more that I play this game, I realize Don is literally just me. Of course, Rojion can't keep her mind on the job. I mean, dude, if I was traveling someplace new, I'd want to grab souvenirs too. I can't blame the girl. Please stop. This woman certainly wasted no time figuring out how to turn her into putty in her hands. God, I wish it was her. It really ain't difficult to see how that last works, to be fair. Well then, shall we get a move on? Let us depart. Lead the way, Lady Cicera. I'm afraid I think I also would fold as easily as Dawn. Oh, I'm sorry. Sadly, I can't go there with you. Please, head to the location marked on this piece of paper. Yet wherefore? A journey on thy lonesome shall be so dreary, no? Isn't it obvious? If we show up at the fixers gathering with the head manager of a whole department in tow, we'll attract more eyes than superstars on a red carpet. Yep, I'm pretty sure they'll sniff out our connection to P Corp at a glance. Yet, are not stars of super variety a good goal to strive for? Don Quixote, this might come as news to you, but sometimes words can mean more than one thing at a time. Here's a pass that'll let you move freely between the backstreets and the nests of P Corp. Do note that it's a work visa, however, so it won't last forever. If they can just hand out something so important this easily, I can't imagine why our department won't be able to handle it themselves. Sinclair was still quietly suspicious, but that small doubt was practically buried in the brief commotion that followed as sinners gathered in front of Cicera to receive their visa. I wonder what's up with P Corp.
Wherein the sinners are accepted and respected by fixers and ways of the city.
Effective affinities, peers? Oh, we're in my fucking place, guys. Oh, this is my time to shine. Peers say less. Penis Corp? True. Cesara's directions led us to an empty lot in the back streets.
The hell is this now? This ain't like the tight alleyways of the back streets I know. What is this huge empty lot doing here?
Dude, they were trying to build a fucking Walmart here. They looked at like a little bit of the forest and were like, dude, you know what'd be great here? A Costco. Empty lot? Yeah, dude, it's like the empty lot from Yakuza. We're gonna see Kiryu show up. Right? Weird. It's rare to see this much real estate go unused in the back streets. There are a bunch of banners hanging by the buildings for some reason, too.
Miss Faust and I will converse with the person in charge. The rest of you, assess the situation in the meantime. Don't start any trouble. Don't start too much trouble until we return.
Thou mayest place thy faith in us. He's given up on the slim hope that we won't be getting into any trouble without him. Well, let's see what we're working with here. The empty lot was surrounded by all kinds of warning signs and perimeter tapes, deterring anyone who from haphazardly wandering inside. And when we reached out to grab the tapes to duck under them... Dude, hey, dude. A voice rang out, stopping us in our tracks. Yeah? I mean, what? Alright. I'll be nice since it doesn't seem like you guys know what you just walked into. This place is off limits, okay? Off limits. Fixers only, like me and the rest of the people gathered here, yeah? F-I-X-E-R-S. Civvies aren't allowed on the operation grounds. Jeez, these P Corp folks sure are sloppy with their perimeter job. Wait. Why did you look at me when you said that? Why? Oh, thou art concerned for our safety. No worries, good man. No worries. Fixers we may not be, but the daring heart of justice that burns within thee is just as bright in our own. Forsooth, we are prepared to brave death to see it. Don Quixote confidently leaps over the warning tape and scampers into the empty lot. Hey! Do you have any idea what you're walking into? Hark! We arrive here on a contract just as you. The contract for the eradication of La Mancha land. I could practically hear everyone in the empty lot turning around to look at us. The looks on their eyes can hardly be described as friendly. In fact, their alarm at our arrival was palpable. That's when one of the fixers wielding a massive weapon strode in our direction.
You here for the hunt, you twerps?
Oh man, silly me. I forgot to do tank maintenance for my weapons. I don't have time for this. I guess I'll go take care of that now. Bye. The obnoxious guy, who was clearly way in over his head, hurried away when the giant of a fixer stomped his way into the conversation. And the other fixers shook their heads as though they knew what was about to happen.
You're clearly not fixers from an association. Obviously not anyone from an office of even passing renown. How many more of these small-time freeloaders are we going to take on? Except any more of them, we'd end up having to split on that reward money between us. Already getting these bloody tossers rearing for a fight, eh?
Emblems on their cars patently say Fang Hunt Office. Yet, to hunt fangs has to mean...
You ever seen one of them in person before?
Fang Hunt Office. Were they mentioned any... I don't think they were mentioned before. No, I have the only thing I know them from is the fact that I have the ID for Hong Lu. Yeah, I have the Hong Lu ID.
You ever seen one of them in person before?
Prithee, seen what?
Blood fiends.
Blood fiends? Wait, we're dealing with blood fiends in this contract?
We were not informed of any Bloodfiend involvement in this contract. Would you look at that? No nothing amateurs. All of them. It makes my blood boil to watch idiots like you rushing to nab a contract just for the promise of some cash and fame. Not only do you get in the way of the hunts, but you also really spoil the fun out of this activity. Say what? What's so wrong with keeping your eye on the money? Raja, I don't think they're here just for the contract reward. Yes. This case seems to hold a special meaning to them. Fools driven by their greed are much more troublesome to deal with than simpletons motivated by money. I refuse to take part in an operation alongside these idiots who don't even know what it's like to deal with blood fiends. STFU. As much as I would like to avoid entertaining you amateurs, I'll admit that curiosity has gotten the better of me. What did she just say to me? Shut the fuck up, you arrogant son of a... It was shut that flap hole, ugly. Oh. Looks like you let a bit of your personal feelings bleed into that interpretation. But yours wasn't half bad. Anyways, this isn't our first Bloodfiend contract, you know? It may not be much, but we've dealt with them before. We don't deserve to get talked down to oh my fucking god. We don't deserve to get talked down to by you like that. That was terrible. We're just going with it. Not one of us. At least when it comes to fighting. Great comeback. But I'm docking a few points for that hesitation there. So this ain't your first rodeo, eh? Then show me what you've got. Let's see if you're all talk or if your real hunter's ready for the real deal. What? Ah, mate. Are we really doing this here? Before we even set foot in there? I'm telling you, we've got permits and everything. Don't be a baby. I'll hurt you just enough to send you home crying. Will a broken arm and a leg convince you? You'll thank us on your train home. I'd say an arm and a leg are much more acceptable losses than getting your blood brutally drained by a blood fiend.
This poor dude doesn't know if he's gonna get his shit rocked. I was about to say Roni, but realized you were talking about cars. For what? Skinning someone alive? I didn't know you did that. That's a bit intense, man.
세피라 중 최고의 전투부서 징계팀이 나설 시간이야. 환상체라고 불러야 하는 그 괴물들에게 본때를 보여주자고.
피워보지.
Slide in the DMs.
재밌는 지키기 위해서 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각해.
그려졌구려.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘해. 그렇구나.
Bang. I was kind of sad.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지.
Go Sinclair. Do your funny little dance.
머리다.
도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지 못해. 저 손님이라고 예외는 아니겠지.
머리통을 박살내.
결국은 이렇게 속삭. 태어난 곳으로 돌아가.
Go white boy, go.
누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오. 너무 쉽잖아.
There we go. Just a couple guys left.
망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
This should be easy though. These guys are gonna get showed up. Is that moment of their Cynical side the first one you started raising in my list? Makes sense.
모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라. 팽.
자.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네. 지금처럼 적대를 부분적으로 이끌다 보면 이렇게 떨어지죠. 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개방하고 더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야.
Nice and easy.
잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 뭐
Of what befell our company upon our departure from the Red Gaze's hands?
방지할 사고도
순수했던 나날로.
I don't know, what did befall the company? Actually, a lot befell the company the minute you guys left the Red Gaze. I mean, you guys already fucking got into a fight. I think that can be that's something that you can say befell the company is the fact that you guys already fucking got into a fight.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
자.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어.
I want to see how many enemies there were before I started doing shit.
처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
I believe in you.
사고될 시간이다. 잔후에
Never mind, I didn't believe in you hard enough, I guess, Faust.
팽.
Ooh, another Stagger on the deck. Bang, bang, and another one. Waiter, more Stagger, please.
죽지도 않는 것들이 겁을 집어먹다니 역겹군. 사고될 시간이다. 잔후에 태어난 곳으로 돌아가라. 이것 봐.
Bang, bang. Oh, we're gonna get Magnificent End here.
우리만으로 충분하잖아.
Right? Surely we are. Oh my god, I think we are. I think we're not. We're gonna be one off of Magnificent Ends.
결국은 이렇게
It's okay. Everyone, see, look, we just refreshed the wave, so now Magnificent End is more worth it. It was tactical. It was tactical.
사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지. 먼지를 떨어내줘.
It makes sense now why the Hong Lu one has stuff for like if you have bleed, cause he's a Bloodfiend hunter.
알고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께
Like if an ally has bleed, I mean.
무덤으로 돌아가라.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
Hate crime Hong Lu.
잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠다.
못 살게 구는 일.
I mean, they are killing people, are they not?
지킬 게 많거든. 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
도대체 그런 변신 기술은 듣도 보도 못한 기술을 쓰는군.
Your transformations. I must say, I haven't seen anything like it before.
야,
That enough demonstration for you, you twit?
그래, 이 정도면
Fine.
인정할
I'll admit,
수밖에 없지.
you've got some skill.
Oh, they're not half bad. We always welcome cooperation with fellow fixers who can carry their own weight.
언제나 이제 보니
Hey, I recognize you. I saw you guys busily chatting away back at the warp train platform. My name's Romero, by the way.
일행이 싸우는데
You just sat there and watched as your men were out here fighting. Yeah, but the fight was already underway when I got here. And I doubt I would have been able to talk them out of it. Besides, I had a feeling that you guys could hold your own against my men. So please, allow me to ask for your understanding. They're not bad people, they're just on edge. Anyone would be after what they've gone through in their struggles against the Bloodfiends. You have my understanding. Hunting entities such as those who lie beyond the ken must plant seeds of doubt in many a heart of men. Right, and I do agree with them, at least partially. The bar set by P Corp and the HANA Association for fixers participating in this contract is shockingly low and indiscriminate. If it were up to me, I would have set a more strict set of conditions. His friendly smile faltered slightly as he gestured around the empty lot. Look around. Over there by the command tent. Just one look at who we're working with. I'm sure it'll become plenty clear that they don't know what they're walking into. They should have hired only the professionals to take on this contract. Around the command tent, we all simultaneously turned to look at the large noisy tent.
여러분들 봤어? 저기 입구 쪽에서 싸움 난 거? 정말 난장판이지. 세상에. 내가 이런 놈들이랑 같은 의뢰를 하면서 부대 끼고 있어야 된다는 거야.
They're fucking streamers? So you're saying, because this looks like the outfit that's the Sync Association, because I have the Dawn, the Sync Association Dawn. You're telling me they're fucking streamers? Oh, Chad, is this for real? Is this for real, Juania? I don't know. No, only this one? Okay. Wow, chat, is this for real? There was a huge brawl by the entrance. It's real amateur hour out here, guys. Can you believe that I gotta stand shoulder to shoulder with these idiots for the contracts? Merceau got this ID, by the way. Merceau did. Merceau got this guy's ID.
저자는 또 뭐지?
Yep, currently using. That's hilarious that Merceau gets his ID, because I feel like just that one interaction, they are polar opposites. What the hell is he doing? In the distance, we saw some guy running his mouth and striking several exaggerated dramatic poses at a tiny device, most likely a camera of sorts. No. We have all had experience with someone like him in the past. That guy reminds me of a certain someone. He's taking pics like that guy Siegfried. He ran around for a while, visiting every corner of the empty lot, trying to get every detail in the frame. Suddenly started striding toward us in an annoyed gait. Hello, yes, you guys over there. Hast thou called upon us? Do you mind loitering around somewhere else? Shoo, you're getting in the way of my viewers, guys. But you're literally in our way, guy. He whipped his attention back to the camera as though he was pretending not to hear what Ishmael said, or as if he decided that her words weren't worth entertaining. Oh, you want to know where I am? Hold on to your seats, guys. I'm at the back streets of District 16. Yep, where P Corp is. Oh yeah, remember the P Corp 150 vintage semi-permanent canned ice cream unboxing and review live stream? Yep, the very same. Unfortunately, I'm not here to eat ice cream today. So I've been meaning to ask, who's that fellow even talking to? What the heck he's doing? I think he's talking to his viewers who are watching his show. It appears that he is the host of a certain show. It has been reported that, in certain parts of the city, a new culture of live streaming via those cameras has been on the rise. What a rude piece of work. Don't let him get you down, kiddo. What a... Huh? What a glorious day this is! Behold, this man is Sir Camille of the Sync Association West. His name honored as one of the top 10 up-and-coming new generation fixers featured in the October issue of Fixers Monthly, one of the big 3 fixer magazines of the city. I know we say this every time, but most people don't know what... Never mind.
How? Have ye not hearkened when I shared this news of grave significance aboard the bus? Hath none of you heeded mine words? Dude, I'm literally saying this. Don Quixote is like me if you talk about any of, like, the things that I'm interested in. She's literally me. Don't encounter Don Quixote when you're in a fixed knowledge tournament. No, I sit my ass down and listen. I want her to talk about her special interests. A pretty woman is talking, my ass is sat. Are you mad? I want to listen to you when I can nap instead. Such haranguing over a winding path is oft cause for sickness down the road, Miss Don Quixote. 2,000 hours of fixture stories? Fucking awesome, dude. I'll sit through them. We can, dude, me and Dawn can do a nice show and tell. She talks about her fixers. I talk about my fucking tokusatsu, dinosaurs, mecha. Like, we'd get along so well. Because we're literally the same. Her and I, we know each other. We understand each other. The grumbling sinners clearly existed outside Don Quixote's world. She was breathing very heavily, a look of admiration clear on her face. I, for one, did not imagine, even in my wildest dreams, that I should be shaking hands with Sir Camille in person. Or, of course, no one shook hands or exchanged with the simplest pleasantries with Camille just yet.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고.
In which the tale of our young master is revealed.
돌아가지.
Oh, this is Vey Association. I have the Ishmael and Sinclair IDs for this group. I know it's Vey Association. So embarrassing. Also, hold on. Is that a beautiful woman right there? I heard your voice. A beautiful woman with a giant sword? This is the greatest day ever. It's a beautiful Sinclair ID right now. Oh, this is the one that Sinclair's based on? So embarrassing. Do you really have to clown around with that thing while on a mission? Wow, hey chat, look. Allow me to introduce you all to Paula from this Vey Association. She'll be my sidekick in this mission. Listen, I'm not your sidekick. As you can probably tell from her outfit, she's a fixer from the West like myself. The association sometimes sticks me with sidekicks like her against my will for some contracts. A joint operation, you know. Oh, yeah, totally. I know I really shine when I work alone. But what can I do? Gotta do what the higher-ups tell me to do. You get it, right? Well, why don't you say hello to my dear fans anyway, Miss Paula? Oh, a collaboration of the Sync and the Svei. Two formidable forces all together as one. I think she's tearing up. What great, glorious, grand, blood-pumping feeling this is. My heart pounds madly as though its explosion nigh. The great figures I had previously seen only through recordings, through books, through figurines, are here before me in the flesh, conversing, ambling right before mine eyes. Do you know most of the fixtures here then, Don Quixote? If a fixture hath been featured in one of the magazines I have subscribed to, then verily. Right. If that's the case, and if everyone here really are fixers, she probably knows who that person is too, right? The person who's been staring daggers at us this whole time. Then, who are they over there? That group of fixers has been staring at us for a while. Ah! Allow me to observe. Hath our reputation already preceded us to be recognized by mere sight? 'Tis a joyous conundrum indeed. 'Tis precisely why I said that I must graciously bow out from that special feature on the front page of a newspaper.
I may have a few gaps in my knowledge. 'Tis probable that they are from an small upstart office that hath only recently registered itself, but 'tis clear from the fashion in which they are garbed that they hail from the east.
다행이네요.
What a relief.
저분들이
Conveniently,
누군지는
I recognize who they are.
있거든요.
The real best character incoming?
How day? Thou recognizest a fixer from whom I do not, for truth?
Don Quixote stares at Hung Lu in utter disbelief. Or so. Come on, man. Don't look back at them. We have been looking at each other for a while. There's no reason for me to avert my eyes. They're having a fucking staring contest. My man, that's what most people call a staring contest, and it's rude. So let's just... they're all walking toward us. Should we wave at them or something? Crap. Then, yeah. Let's stare right back at them again. Let's at least not come off like we're scared of them. Yeah, confidence. You know, they're within hearing distance, right?
Yep, they're right in front of us.
Bloody hell, don't look away, lad. I blow them right back. We don't want to get caught unawares if we're about to get into fisticuffs. Oi, lass, you got business with us or what? Huh? What's with that grin on your face?
I didn't know I'd be introducing her to everyone so soon. Please say hello to my little sister, Jia Shi-chun. What? We get to see his little sister?
Little sister?
Little sister? I almost didn't recognize you. Last I remember, you were only up to my knees in height. That's because I was a child the last time you saw me. Oh, she's so pretty. She's so pretty.
I love her outfit. I love her hair, too. I just realized it's the exact same color scheme as my hair. I might be a little biased. Whoops. But no, I love her design. It's super cool. She's so pretty and cute.
And here I was, wondering what kind of impressive shenanigans you were preparing for since... you left home. This is it? Is this all you managed to build of your own faction? They're not my faction, Shi-chun. Come on, let me introduce you to them. I'll start here. This is Mr. Gregor. Say hello.
Yo.
Don't be shy. My name is Forget it. I don't have the time for this.
Josh Chun gave us a side eye before dismissively cutting us off. Well.
Okay. Oh, hey, you've not only grown in height, Shi-chun. I see that your circle of friends has been growing too. Just like mine. Are they new?
To call them friends was a very optimistic assessment on Hong Lu's part. Because people who accompanied Josh Chun were all threateningly sizing us up like they were getting ready for a fight.
You don't really think they're my friends, do you? I'm so far behind my older siblings anyway. I see. Do you know that some of us are still out here looking for you? I do. Oh, that reminds me. I ran into Jia Huan earlier and had a quick chat with him. Huh. And you're still in one piece after running with that asshole? Still lucky as always, huh?
Jia Huan. That was at the, we met him at the beginning, didn't we? When we fucked up and all the league people were there. I think that's where we met him. I mean, we met most of them there. Like, I know we met Herman there. We met, I think, Jia Huan. That was his name, right? Yeah, Jia Huan. I think they were all at the Kanto 1. I think back to the time we first met this Jia Huan. His famous words, that contemptuous look he gave us as we lay there dying. It seems that moment was embellished into a pleasant, quick chat in Hong Lu's memory. Fraud Huan. What the fuck did I do to deserve this? No, I know you're talking about Jia Huan. It's just funny because we both are, you know, Huan. Either that or the interaction, or that interaction was what counts as a quick chat for Hong Lu.
Shi-chun, I overheard that this is a pretty dangerous place. People have been going missing around here. Why don't you and your friends go find somewhere safe to take refuge in? I still can't tell if you're trying to be funny or if you're genuinely worried for me.
걱정이라고 하는 건지. 저기 말이야.
Listen, my naive brother.
난 맹한
I got here
오빠랑
first, okay? Earlier than you and your faction.
아니지.
I mean your second-rate minions.
빨거지들보다 먼저 이곳에 도착했거든.
Is this making sense to you? I'm here to take part in the eradication of La Mancha lands. I'm pretty sure I have better intel on this place than you do.
어떤 장소인지는
You are? But why would you be here take part in something like this? It's not like you need the reward money, right? Yeah, you don't say. And I doubt you're in it for some pocket money either. Pocket money, huh? Sure, whatever. Pocket money. Oh, then is it? Ah, never mind. I don't think you or Master Wei are going to answer that question anyway. Hong Lu's eyes momentarily diverted from his younger sister to her posse. There stood a long-haired man who looked toward Jia Shi-chun as though he was asking for her permission, then walked toward us and bowed deeply and politely toward Hong Lu. It has been a while, young master. Wow, it's been so long, Mr. Wei. Still escorting Shi-chun, I see. Yes, I'm still in her service, despite my shortcomings. I'm worried that it might be too dangerous in there. Uh-huh. Why don't you tag along with us, Shi-chun? Let's do this together. Young master, I see that you are still with yourself. Forget that. Why don't you mind your own business? We go our separate ways. I can see that you and your friends have some real talent for attracting attention, but I prefer to keep things discreet. And I'd prefer if you didn't embarrass me in there by talking to me or something. Okay, if that's what you want, Shi-chun. I thought you'd have gotten better after all this time, brother. At least better than you were the last time we met. I see. I suppose I haven't improved at all in your eyes. You should consider yourself lucky that it's me who you ran into. If it was one of our older brothers, other siblings, your pretty head would be already be rolling in the dirt. Thank you. I appreciate that. Jia Shi-chun scowled and opened her lips as though she was about to shoot something back, but she thought better of it, turned around and left with her posse. Well, say it's rarer to see a happy family than it is to see an unhappy one. Don't look at me. I never considered that dog my family. No, but that's not what I... What are you looking at? Do you expect me to back you up or something? Oh, man. Just like old times. Huh? So she was always that spiteful? Spiteful? No. No. Shi-chun has always been, and still is, my most amicable sibling. Shi-chun is low-key. Dude, she's so cute. She's so cute. She's so adorable. I like her a lot. Already on this interaction, I like her a lot. I must ask. She's like 18 plus year olds, by the way. I mean, oh, that's fine. That's so she's legal to be, you know. Yeah, no, I know. I just think she's so cute. I just want to pat her on the head. I must ask, for I have cause to believe that I may have misheard. Still is, was it? Yes. That was... Yisong's expression grew into a complicated mess of emotions as he looked to the ground, unable to speak further. Looks like they're holding some kind of meeting in there. We should probably join them. I looked to see where Sinclair was pointing at and saw a line of fixers walking to what appeared to be a makeshift command tent. Yeah, we should. The immensely devastating duel in which our fixture in the sink battled. Oh, they fixed me at level 45, thank God. Oh, we have to just use base ID Dawn. Ishmael got the Shi-chun ID? Oh, I see. Where are those people accompanying Virgilius and Karen? Damn, not even a wave back, huh?
No, this wasn't about Vergilius. Don Quixote, who stood next to me, was very gradually starting to hyperventilate. You okay, Don Quixote? The gradual acceleration of her breathing patterns was first observed 10 minutes ago. I did not report it, as it posed no real risk to her health and well-being. I know a good way of dealing with a case of hyperventilation. Ryoshi regarded me with a look that clearly and concisely communicated that she wanted to choke out Don Quixote. I tried my best to look away. Toxic Yuri! Ishmael sighed and stepped forward, sensing that Ryoshi was about to do something we would rather not have her do. I can tell you what's going on. That fixer's from the Hana Association. The Hana Association is the one that's overseeing all Fixer Association activities, right? I guess all the times Don Quixote went on impromptu Fixer-related lectures weren't all for naught. I never paid much attention to it, but once you hear something enough times, those lectures just have a way of lodging themselves into your brain. A Fixer from the Hana Association. That name alone clearly carried a lot of weight among other Fixers. As the Hana Association Fixer, dressed in pure white, walked into the room, they all slowly turned around to gaze upon her. Dude, she's also so pretty. What the fuck? The red gaze, too? Holy crap. A color Fixer here? Hey, looks like we got another superstar here. Vergilius, who we'd somehow grown used to seeing after such a long period of traveling together, was commanding the attention of everyone in the room merely by his presence. Female Kim Ji-hoon? I can kind of see it. That reminds me. I heard that Don Quixote was overwhelmed by sheer excitement when she saw Vergilius on the bus. I'm pretty sure she was on the verge of passing out from the sheer joy of getting to work next to a color Fixer. I guess this was to be expected. Vergilius is one of the very few Fixers who has the honor of getting bestowed with the title of a color. Chat, are you seeing this? Crazy, right? Look, that's none other than the color Fixer Red Gaze himself in the flesh. This is no mere backwaters. Backstreet's operation we're talking about. Remember my pre-game scene? I told you guys that this had to be more than an urban nightmare. Are you worried about me? Guys, listen, all I need is your support to... Youngsters these days. Tisk, 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 tisk. Between Camille's nonstop jabbering and Otis's tongue clicking in even 3-second intervals, I wasn't sure which of the two was more annoying. Thankfully, we weren't the only ones getting increasingly tired of Camille's antics. From this point onward, any recording activity, save for official work-related recordings with prior authorization from the Hana Association, will no longer be permitted. Should you be caught in violation of this decree, the Fixer Association will be levying penalty points to your name, and we who are gathered here must be well aware of the consequences of accumulating too many penalty points. Fixer license suspension, grade demotion. Well, chat, seems like it's the curtain call for tonight's show. I'll give them a valorous, noble fight, and I'll see you guys next time. Oh, and don't forget about casting your votes for the Fixer I Want to Have Dinner With contest. It closes at midnight. The Hana Fixer's cold declaration fell upon Camille and the Fixers inside the command tent like a heavy layer of snow. They all began hurriedly fidgeting with their devices, trying to put them back in their respective cases and bags. With that, the commotion inside the tent rapidly simmered down. Serves them right. You there. That woman with an apparently dislocated jaw appears to be a part of your group. Is she alright? The Fixer from the Hana Association asked in our direction, glancing at Don Quixote. Don't mind her. It's easier that way. Soon, a P Corp employee walked out in front of the Fixers. Right. Round 4 against La Mancha Land, huh? Also, we're having an ad, so we're going to take a quick break. But what a good I mean, already like a really strong start to a Kanto, I think, you know? Like it's I think already getting to see so many beautiful women peak. It only gets better. I'm excited. it's just like seeing all the I like seeing all the fixers' offices and stuff. Fuck, I am just Don, dude. I do like fixers a lot. Fuck. Man, Don Quixote really is just me, gang. We are Don Quixote. Well, like, dude, it's just like every time I see her, and every time she does an interaction, I'm just sitting here, I'm like, dude, it's literally... That's just how I am. Like, the fucking obsession over, like, certain topics. Getting super excited and bouncy and fidgety. Wanting to, like, info dump to people. Getting sad when you can't info dump to people. Figures. The noises she makes. Ryan Gosling literally me image? No, that's I think that's genuinely like how I feel about Don Quixote. She's like literally me. She's literally me, but in a Project Moon universe. White dudes have their white guys, they have their literally me be Ryan Gosling. Me, I have my literally me be Don Quixote. Like I need to fucking stand in front of like a giant screen looking at a giant image of Don Quixote. You know? Do I get a Haunted recolor? Dude, honestly, like, one of my things that I want to do, once I get, like, my Live 2D up and running and everything, I want to have, like, a bunch of redeems for, like, recolors and stuff. Or just do, like, recolors for, like, certain streams. Or just, like, have, like, certain things that make streams feel, like, cooler. Like, one of the ideas I was tossing around was for, Metal, like, because I want to play through Metal Gear Solid, like, the entire series. Because I play through Delta on stream, you know? But I want to play through the entire series because I love Metal Gear Solid. It's one of my favorite franchises. I want to do it where it's... I mean, I'll even play the originals. I just love Metal Gear. I want to make like a thing where it's like the codec call. It's like that box. I think that'd be so fun. Right, round 4 against the Manchalan, huh? I'm very glad to be here. Happy to see you all. For someone who's very happy to see us, he didn't so much as glance up in our direction. I'm a Class 3 documentation staff manager at P Corp Archival Department. My name is Alessio. And she is Han-ul. So, head manager Cicera isn't here to brief us herself. Not willing to dirty your boots by coming all the way out here, I see. Right, then. Let's get on with the briefing, shall we? As we were all standing here and sharing our predictions, the employee who introduced himself as Alessia started loading up various images on the monitor. Mate, do we really gotta go through all this bureaucracy? The briefing is yet to even commence, however. Heathcliff lets out a loud, exaggerated yawn. The reproachful glares of other fixers were so palpable that I could almost feel them prickling at my skin. Can we pretend we don't know him? Huh? It makes me feel like I'm something of a fixer myself, sitting here with all these people. Executive manager, I have been a leader of numerous operations that would dwarf this little skirmish. Numerous? I want to hear more about our story, but the mission briefing was actually getting started. I decided to table my curiosity until later. La Mancha Land, which will manifest here within the next 3 hours, is an officially recognized urban nightmare class phenomenon. Dozens of fixers have attempted and failed to take it down. We will now hold a moment of silence for its victims. Don Quixote immediately cast her gaze downward with a graven expression, but I couldn't count with my 10 fingers the number of people who seem to be taking it even remotely seriously. I know what you are, Otis. What, the fact that she wants to one-up? Some fixers muttered amongst themselves that the victims were just fools who were in over their heads. Even I, with my endless naivety, could tell that none of the fixers really considered them victims. A light buzz of murmurs and idle chatter fills the silence. A look of boredom clear on the fixer's face, as though they had heard it all before. Now, if I may direct your attention to this screen. Several low-resolution images began to load on display. It is speculated that the origin of La Mancha Land dates back 200 years in the past by a conservative estimation. This has been determined based on the photographic evidence and the level of decay of the buildings and materials retrieved and analyzed from the phenomenon. However, La Mancha Land was largely unknown and invisible to the public until 2 months ago, and the raw material that makes up this amusement park is... We know all this already. Just get on with it. P Corp has a responsibility to share sufficient information to all participants of this mission. And like I said, we all have more than enough information. Got that? Let's stop wasting time and... You seem to be under a rather severe misconception. Of course. I'm sure some of my present company are consummate professionals with the skill and grit most people won't dare scoff at. But the truth is, most of you are fodder. Common as muck, painfully average, garden variety, bargain bin fixers who are most likely going to meet their dirt-filled miserable ends while stuck on urban nightmare duty their whole careers. That's all you will ever be. Most of you will fall by the wayside before this path leads to you anywhere, even passing significance, let alone joining the ranks of grade 1 fixers like myself. Some, maybe 1 or 2 of you, may make it to grade 1, sure, but I can guarantee that you won't even dare dream of getting anywhere near the Red Gaze's greatness. Maybe your best will be the honor of dying next to him, feeling the disparity between yourselves and those who are at the top of the city. I need you to talk to me like that? I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The grin on the fixer's faces faded away as the boisterous fixer fell dead silent. Blimey. So that Hana fixer is almost right up there with the guide, eh? Or at least somewhere right beneath his level? Yes. Yet the Great Red Gaze shan't be outdone by a mere grade 1 fixer. So, know your places and pay attention to the briefing. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, let's see. The reason for La Mancha Land's sudden appearance here is yet to be explained. Though its influence is still confined to the backstreets, the uniqueness of La Mancha Land poses a tangible threat to P Corp merely by its existence. Yeah, totally, dude. The local housing market hit rock bottom and continued to crash, didn't it? A fixer from earlier, the one who tried to stop us from entering the scene before scuttling away, slowly sidled up to us and began chatting us up. Most of us ignored him, but Hung Lee responds to him in a kindly voice. Oh,
그런가요?
is that right? She's about to pull out her 4 Trigens pages? Yeah.
당연하죠.
Yeah. It was insane when that thing showed up here for the first time. It appeared in the middle of a dense population center. It was like 2 hells in one. All that screaming on that blood and 2 hells in one. What a beautiful phrasing. Well, P Corp buildings are known for elasticity, so while they all got bent along the newly manifested phenomenon, they didn't like crumble or anything.
그래도
Anyways, when La Mancha land suddenly appeared there, pulsing and pushing away all the buildings that used to be there, people got crushed and a bunch of buildings got bent.
건물들은 죄다 휘고 그랬다니까요. 그런 규모의 사고
There were really a lot of survivors for something so devastating. All thanks to Pink Corp's singularity, which kept the people inside the buildings safe. They set up a 3-kilometer radius buffer zone to limit any construction in the area where it manifests, but... Just 3 kilometers? Buildings utilizing P Corp singularity have a very high level of elasticity, meaning that buildings made using their technology are very unlikely to collapse or fall apart in response to shock. It is probable that they have decided that it would be safe enough to let the periphery of La Mancha land slightly overlap with the residential zone.
피사의
Well, you know what they say.
어디서든
B Corp can make a safe home anywhere.
되는 것이라고는 하니까요. 하지만 그
So imagine all the shock when all that disaster happened. Their only claim to fame crumbled, the faith in their technology growing shaky. No wonder the real estate market crashed to rock bottom around here. I mean, it was so bad that locals band together and stormed La Mancha land, pickets and all.
직접 자경단을
So that's what those banners were about, huh? As you can all see, La Mancha land presents itself as an extravagantly decorated amusement park. One of the commonly heard testimonies from the reports state that there is an 8-kilometer range radius from the epicenter in which people have been hearing a disembodied music of sorts. Several curious civilians drawn by the music approached it. Most of them are yet to return. Is it possible that the music holds hypnogenic qualities? That is indeed a possibility we won't be ruling out. Too many visitors have ignored the obvious warning signs and perimeter tapes to call it a coincidence. Possible erring on the side of caution, we are and the relevant individuals will be equipping ourselves with earplugs. What must we do once this La Mancha land materializes? Once you enter its perimeters, you will have to ready yourselves for imminent combat. There aren't any kindly parrots giving away balloons. No amusement park employees popping popcorns. No staff members greeting you with a welcoming song. Only blood fiends. Huh? Blood fiends? They're real? Haven't you heard about the Blood Red Knight? That infamous star of the city? Some people say that the Blood Red Knight was actually a really powerful blood fiend. Dude, Elena referenced. Rest in peace, Elena. Yeah, people say a lot of stuff. You know, rumors spread in the city. I bet it wasn't anything too crazy once you got down to it. Huh, rumors? You'll never know how resilient, how devastatingly powerful and stubborn the Blood Red Knight was. You ignoramuses do not have the right to speak about that thing so lightly. Yes, the only things you'll find in there are blood bags and the blood fiends that turned them, sharpening their fangs to fill their ravenous hunger with your blood. Oh, here's a detail I was going to share earlier that before I was cut off. The raw material that makes up every structure within La Mancha land is human blood. Human blood dating back over 200 years in the past. Blood fiends can make amusement parks out of blood. Oh, now I'm looking forward to this. If it's only blood fiends we'll find in there, I'm sure they'll waste no time in making mincemeat out of the greenhorns. Is that how all fixers talk? The way that guy is talking about blood fiends reminds me a lot of how Ishii used to talk about the Great Lake. Hey, you can't blame us for being on edge all the time when the smallest mistake could cost us our lives. Not to mention how irritating it is when others who don't even understand the dangers are dozing off like there's no tomorrow. I don't think we ever got to know what rank Elena was. I thought we did we not? Like, I'm pretty sure she was a star of the city. I mean, one, they just said it now, but I'm pretty sure they said it before. I meant kindred terms. I don't think we did ever know, no. I don't think that was ever a thing we knew. Come.
Didn't doze. Next to some sod has been constantly stepping on my foot.
What a nice weather today, huh? She's likely a first kindred, although she might just be a really strong second kindred. It was Sinclair who was stepping on his foot at the rather forceful behest of Ishmael, but I held my silence. The last thing I wanted was to have the two of them bickering again. Anyway, if you manage to survive for 6 hours within La Mancha land, the music announcing the closure of the park will start playing. We were able to cross-reference this fact from testimonies of every fixed civilian who managed to make it out alive. Once the exit song starts playing, you will have 30 minutes to exit La Mancha land. Should you fail to do so, you'll be trapped inside La Mancha land until it manifests here again, effectively putting you in an endless battle against the Bloodfiends.
If anyone even survives that long.
There also were eyewitness reports where some fixers identified missing people aboard certain amusement park rides. But that's not an important detail for those who are present. Based on testimonies and reports from the survivors, we have been able to establish a map of La Mancha land composed of 4 separate areas. No one has yet to make it to the final area, which is located here. However, we were able to identify that a certain device in each area, Area 1, 2, and 3 respectively, had to be activated first in order to unlock the final area. The devices within Area 1 and 2 have been activated in the past, but no one has managed to activate the one in Area 3 just yet.
Understood. I suppose we should beeline to Area 3 to save some time then.
No. It appears that the device is reset when La Mancha land disappears. In other words, we will have to divide and conquer. Team up with other fixers, choose an area to tackle. I see. Split up, activate our respective devices, and rendezvous at the final area. Assuming that every team successfully activates the device they're responsible for? Correct. We suspect that the key to solving the La Mancha land problem lies within its final area. Is there something you'd like to share? Isn't it funny? We have to go activate some kind of device in each section of La Mancha land to unlock the final area. It's kind of like a game, isn't it? Like they're giving those who dared to challenge the might of La Mancha land stages to beat, conditions to fulfill.
How should we know what the hell Bloodfiends are thinking? Those monsters are born twisted.
Hana, we have something we'd like to confirm. The Zvei Association here is to rescue our client, not for the eradication reward. Don't you mean the Zvei in the sink? Don't leave me out. Therefore, the Zvei in the sink have no reason to enter the 3 areas to activate those devices. I suppose you could take over from here for the sake of accuracy. Oh, sure. Right. I'm sure you all have your own reasons for being here, yes? Therefore, we at P Corp set up an eradication dividend fund, which means that we will be giving out the reward money based on how much you have contributed to the eradication of La Mancha land. Assuming a successful outcome, that is. If your goal isn't the eradication of La Mancha land, then feel free to roam on your own to fulfill your respective contracts. As long as you acknowledge that you won't be receiving any payout from the fund upon the successful completion of this expedition, you are free to do as you will. However, we would also like to request that you submit a copy of the contract so that we are aware of its details. Understood. I will hand it over as soon as this meeting adjourns.
Speaking of which, I'd like to take this opportunity to declare something. If you, and I mean if any of you intend to ride our coattails to pilfer more of that reward than you deserve, I'll hunt you down too. Got that?
Ladies and gents, I can attest that he isn't one for empty threats. Can't promise I'll be able to stop him. He sure is intense. I understand that a lot of money hinges on this contract. However, remember that our primary objective remains to minimize casualties and to prevent further disappearances.
Leave some of the selfishness behind and cooperate for the greater good. Fine, I'll cooperate. If that's even possible. The Hana fixer did not contradict him. She's the kind of person who wouldn't hesitate to put her foot down. She could have easily forced us into cooperating, but it seemed that she wouldn't keep us from infighting if it did come to that. Don Quixote was the only one passionately nodding along to her advice. So who's going with who? Into which area? Shi Chun, Hong Lu's little sister, who had been listening quietly to the briefing, raised her hand with a question. You will be assigned to teams and areas based on our intel data analyses of your individual capabilities, potential, and alignment. So we should probably avoid overcrowding, huh? Such as saddling us a group of dozen or so people, for example. We intend to avoid bottlenecking too many people in the same area. She's not hiding her disdain at all, huh? Well, it's not like we wanted her to tag along. If there are no further questions, I will be assigning you all to teams and area pairs. Hold! Every single fixture in the room whipped around to look at Don Quixote at her bellowing roar. Perhaps it was the sheer fervor in her voice, or perhaps they were simply annoyed by her asking that one last question when the boring briefing was almost over. Oh, please. Don't tell me this is actually happening. Oh, oi! That actually woke me up this time. No. This might be the best time to go back to sleep, bud. Would have resulted in a summary execution back in the day. Okay. And the question is... Hark! It appears that the information of the greatest import is missing from thy briefing. It is. A moment, please. Alessio began flipping through the briefing, flustered. When shall the rescue operation for the victims of this terrible amusement park commence? I believe that an operation of such a grand scale may be difficult to accomplish only with the help of sirs and ladies from the Svei and Sink Association. Hey, is that like a character you're playing or something? Hark to, shaking my head. That's not mainstream at all. I like it. Though I gotta say, playing a character is a bit old-fashioned. At least I know that my viewers won't enjoy something like that. It appears that there's been some misunderstanding. Our contract has nothing to do with the rescuing the visitors, let alone all of them. Our contract is a search and rescue operation for a specific visitor requested to us by our client. Then, whoever shall make up the rescue party for the rest of its victims. Huh? Is she for real? Where'd these idiots come from? Dude, let me see. Unless you have been specifically contracted to rescue someone, I recommend that you peruse the missing persons flyer for the rewards. Yet, it is not the promise of rewards that I desire. So many valiant fixers are gathered here, yet not one taketh up the role of a rescuer. Prithee, fixer of the Svei, art thou not one of the Svei? One of those who call themselves your shield? Yeah, their shield's alright. The iron shield of whoever enters an official contractual agreement with them. Fee, yet a fixer mustn't wager their own life on shallow promise of capital. Pray tell, when did the fixers of associations abandon honor for greed? Oh, jeez. Okay, that's enough playing around. Do you even have any idea who you're talking to? I am very well aware, young Camille of Sink Association, Section 3, frequent feature of the Fixers Monthly magazine. Currently number 7 in the Fixers I Want to Have Dinner With contest. Huh? So you know you're... Wait, I'm only number 7? Well, that's not important right now. If you're so knowledgeable about the Fixers, then I'm sure you know this as well. That I, as a fixer of the Sink Association, am not one to waste breath on mere words. When we want to settle something or make a statement, we duel. An official duel to the death. Then, wilt thou heed my words should I best thee in a duel? What? Should I best thee in a duel? Wilt thou swear on thy honor that thou shalt assist us in our rescue mission for those who have gone missing? Wait, are you seriously challenging me to a... No. I, Don Quixote, perforce, shall not so lightly forsake my creed. I hereby challenge thee to a duel. She's playing Yu-Gi-Oh, bro. Things were quickly starting to spiral out of control. Almost panicking, I glanced towards Virgilius. But I couldn't read his expression. He was simply staring at us with that inscrutable silence. Silence that almost felt like warmth.
Somehow I found myself getting more intimidated by this than outright anger.
일단
Okay then, I'll end the briefing
이걸로
here.
마치는 걸로 지금까지
It can be determined from prior experience that it will be possible to stop the presently developing situation.
동공이 평소
Pupils dilated, brows furrowed at a steep angle, clear refusal to heed any external input. Our attempts to coax her will not be met with any meaningful response. So she's lost it.
단테,
I neglected to mention this earlier at the empty lot, Dante, on account of the prying eyes. I recommend against turning your clock when the eyes of every fixer participating in this case are watching us intently, especially for a duel in which there is very little benefit to be gained. This includes summoning identities from other worlds or the use of ego. Well, yeah, but it's not like we won't be using them once we get inside, right? I don't see what's wrong with... Just as I was trying to convince Faust otherwise, Don Quixote stepped in and resolutely shook her head. Nay, worry not. 'Tis an unnecessary crush. What? Seriously? A duel against a member of the Sink Association must be fair and just. Never did I intend to borrow thy strength, Manager Squire, for this hallowed battle of mine. Fine. Sucks that I don't have my fans here to watch me wipe the floor with you. I'm sure someone here will spread the story by word of mouth. I won't throw my gauntlet out of pity. En garde, petit neveu. I'm gonna kick this guy's ass. You ain't stand a chance, buddy.
가라앉지 않을 분노를 담는 거야.
And clash between
오늘은 쓸데없이
the Claire has
말을
+1.
들을 필요 없겠어.
Okay. Ah, shit. Wait, she has a special effect. Gain 1 clash power up next turn for every 10% of the missing HP. Turn end. Gain 1 by next turn for every 10. Oh, I see.
나를 지켜보고 있었고.
너는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
Girl, you're getting your shit rocked.
세피라들도 결국 내 편을 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
At 10 plus speed, coin power +2, and the duel is over? What do you mean? The duel isn't over. What? The duel is still going on. Oh yeah, because I'm staggered.
기계처럼 대본에 적힌 대로 운명대로 성공하는 걸 원했다면 그 사람의 계획을 망치지도 않았어.
Oh, it was a scripted loss? 'Tis but a light wound. Thou art sorely mistaken. If thou believest that such meager wound could... That was definitely more than just a light wound. It was an outright crippling, if not fatal. Camille wasn't all talk after all. He moved at an impressive speed and precision, living up to his boasts. I couldn't bear to look at Don Quixote squirm in pain, but turning the clock here would leave an even greater wound in her heart. 'Tis not the end. What a waste of my blade. I'd rather not have others hear of this duel. They'll think I'm bullying some poor amateur.
그만해라.
That's enough, Camille. It's no crime to wish for the safety of all victims.
잘못된 생각은 아니지 않나.
Yeah, but her attitude needs some correction. Spouting nonsense like that, not knowing who she's talking to. Fix her this, honor that, justice and Doesn't she know that's just... I'll just... That's enough shenanigans. Let's not all waste our strengths before even stepping foot into La Mancha land. Cause further trouble, and I will put a stop to it myself. La Mancha land ETA in approximately 1 hour. After an hour from now, the phenomenon may appear at any moment. Please remain in close proximity to your teams in case of an emergency. A momentary kerfuffle came to a close thanks to the Han Association's intervention. And only signs and occasional groans of pain from Don Quixote filled the empty lot. Let's get back inside. I can't turn my clock in front of so many people. This might be one of the funniest fucking windscreens ever. The excellent dialogue in which our exceptional informant LCD department has passed intel to us in our second communication. She's so giddy all the time. Well, does anyone want to take a quick stroll around the empty lot while we wait? After nervously looking around the room, Raju tried to leave the tent, but Virgilia stopped her. No, stay. I have something to share. Oh, come on. Can't you give her a moment? At least until the mission's over with? I know the last really botched it this time, but nothing came of it in the end, did it? The company has some exclusive information they'd like to share with you. That is the only reason I asked you to stay. Sir, Lord, Red Gaze, earlier, what I had done. I won't hold it against you, so be quiet and pay attention. Oh, Red Gaze, the illustrious, I swear to pledge mine undying loyalty to thee. Virgilius produced a small tab and began loading something up on its screen. The one who will brief us on this exclusive intelligence cannot be with us in person due to personal reasons. She wanted me to tell you that she regrets having to deliver the information remotely via this device. Hello? 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? Huh? Didn't the Hana fixer ban any authorized recordings or video feeds earlier? Of course. We've received prior authorization. Besides, P Corp is already recording the conversations of every participant in this mission. That just sounds like a roundabout way of saying they've got us all bugged. Of course. The authorization was not free. We had to convince them that the information would be pertinent to capturing the entity at the origin of La Mancha land. Moses! Moses! Hell yes. Moses, where's your wife? Because I know, like, come on, let's not beat around the bush, okay? You two are definitely in love. Ezra and Moses, you two are definitely fucking. There's no way you guys are not scissoring. Ezra. Because, like, Yuria, I feel like she's trying to definitely become one of Moses' wives. She ain't there yet, though. At least when we left it. You know what I mean? She wasn't fully there yet, but she's getting there. She's getting there. Actually, no. I feel like Moses and Ezra are definitely fucking. They're definitely in a relationship. And then Yuria is like their daughter. LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader Moses here. I've been studying and investigating the distortion phenomenon for a long time, and that reminds me, we did have a quick call with someone from the LCD back when. She had a pretty bubbly personality, I think, and her name was... There's your wife. Hey, it's me again, Ezra. Been a while. Hunting Bloodfiends this time, huh? Don't tell me you were about to jump headfirst into that business without even asking our team leader. I'm telling you now, she used to bust plenty of Bloodfiend heads back in the day. I mean, that's true. Distortion Detective did end with blood fiends being involved. The last chapter was about blood fiends. You tell them how you used to whip them, boss. You go shh on that smoking pipe and went whir whir in. Well, yes. I do have some experience with investigating and battling blood fiends. I've even met one of the blood fiend elders, also known as the First Kindreds. Wait, one of the First Kindreds? Let's see. The one we fought last time was the Sixth Kindred and the Seventh Kindred. Well, I don't want to waste your time by talking your ears off about what happened that day, so I'll get straight to the point. Didst thou slay the First Kindred? Of course not. Yeah, 'cause she went easy on him, I tell ya. No. The Blood Fiend took mercy on me. Our meeting wasn't as bloody as the scene you might be imagining at the moment. In fact, she was generous enough to give me a place to sit. And we even had a moment to converse. What? Blood Fiend gave you a seat? You expect me to believe that shite? Hey, rude, you do not talk to the our team leader like that. Capiche? Yeah, you fucking... Damn, girl. Fucking, yeah, protect your wife. That's right. Fucking tell him what's up. Go back to Sinclair's... No, I know what you're saying. I'm not... No. I do understand that the public's perception of the Blood Fiends is far from amicable. But I do want to know that at least some of them, including the elder I met, wish for a peaceful coexistence with the humans. Back then, I used to be able to state with absolute certainty, that the Blood Fiends weren't special. That they were no different from the distortions I'd faced in the past. Those wells of blood, splashing inside their pupils, were my evidence. But when I shared this thought with the elder, she did not confirm nor deny my assertions. But now, I would like to make a correction to my prior theory. Blood fiends cannot be explained only through the simple lens of viewing them as distortions. Their essence is similar to that of distortions, yes. However, we eventually drew the conclusion that the blood fiends cannot be filed under that category. Our attempt to resolve a blood fiend, as one does an distortion, failed. Studies into their true origin are currently underway. If your team is looking into the blood fiends, I suppose you have some publicly unavailable information to share with the rest of us. Yes, I suppose we do. I noticed on the video feed that Moses intently yet briefly stared at Otis before continuing with her briefing. Maybe they knew each other from somewhere. Which brings us to this. The following is what we learned about kindreds of true blood fiends. Those in the same vein as the one you've already encountered. I'm not talking about the ones that manifest as distortions after the White Nights and Dark Days instance, mind. It is said that the primogenitor, the very first blood fiend, wielded an unimaginable power and could embrace countless humans and turn them into their kindreds. However, starting from the kindreds of the first generation after the primogenitor, which are referred to as the first kindreds, they were restricted to creating only two kindreds of a lower generation in their long existences. I know what you are, Otis. Gay? Something about how they can't just create families willy-nilly or something like that. I drew this chart, by the way, not half bad, huh? Yeah. I think that cassette guy was pretty disappointed about choosing Shasha as his kindred. Faust finds the inaccuracies in your statement difficult to correct due to their egregious nature. When a blood fiend of a higher generation creates a lower generation kindred, the one that embraced them is called a higher kindred, while the one that's been embraced is called a lower kindred. It is often the case that kindreds higher up the bloodstream wield a much greater power than the ones beneath them. You started your sentence with Moses and Otis knew each other, huh? Yeah. You stated your sentence with the conditional. It is often the case. Therefore, it can be interpreted as a statement that there are cases in which such is not the case. You're right on the money. Just like how each distortion is different, blood fiends are also different in ways that our team leader will explain. Yes. Each blood fiend's powers and idiosyncrasies often vary depending on the higher blood fiend's abilities. However, it is usually impossible for lower blood fiends to revolt against someone higher up the bloodstream. While there is no physical barrier stopping them, there is an intense psychological barrier preventing them from doing so.
Like a parent and their child, huh?
Yes, like parents and their children. Considering that they even call one another with familiar terms such as father, mother, and child, it is no mere metaphor. That is why they call such acts of revolt going against the bloodstream filial impiety. Just as how blood becomes their axis of value judgment, so does the idea of the inviolable relationship between family members getting imprinted into the core of their very being. Upon being turned, blood fiends experience that extreme level of twist in their moral judgment. And that's why the blood bags who are at the bottom of the rung, who are the bottom rung of the family tree. Blood bags are a different story. Blood fiends and blood bags are the furthest two groups of beings could be. From family. Dregs that failed to become kindreds. To blood fiends, they are quite literally portable bags of blood to replenish themselves at times in need. Detective, I mean, team leader, you should mention this too. You know when I snap their necks and smash them right into water? Yes. Blood fiends have an irrationally extreme fear of water. Water doesn't physically harm them, but every blood fiend I've seen thus far has been afraid of it. Blood bags are Capri Suns? Yeah, basically. They're walking Capri Suns. They're like if the Kool-Aid man was real, I guess. Huh? Sounds like an easy solution then. Can't we just spray them with water to keep them off our backs? Since you're about to visit their den that's clogged with blood fiends, good luck even finding a drop of water there. Oh, and I was informed that one of you can sense a distortion. I learned this through unofficial channels, but I still wish to share. Glad to know there's someone else out here who understands this particular sensation. I'd very much like to meet you in person one day. Real shame we can't be there to see it ourselves. Are there any famous fixers there? I heard earlier that stupid Camille kid will be there too. Kick his ass for me, won't you? I tried to pull a prank on him, but that bastard banned me from the chat. Well, he already kicked one of our asses. Vespa! Oh, Vespa, come on, I told you to hold the line. Dude, Vespa appearance. It appears that they are partaking in quite the activity themselves. I think we can end the call here, Moses. Very well. Got any last words of advice? Any last words, I once heard that some kindreds higher up the bloodstream have overcome their fear of water. Blood eventually does get thicker than water after all. Now let's see if there's anything I left out. I must advise you against underestimating their bloodlust, because no matter how hungry for blood you think they are, they will be worse. What's that supposed to mean? With her last words, it left us wondering what they were supposed to mean. The call dropped. Let me check when the next ad is rolling in. 20 minutes? Yeah, we can definitely do one more. In which is discussed the merry data of the bus driver and the manager concerning amusement parks. We have about 30 minutes until La Mancha land manifests. We each decided to use this opportunity to gather ourselves. Meanwhile, I have something I want to ask Vergilius before we left. Before that, anybody seen Faust around? Not in a while. What is it, Dante? I'm sure I can help. I want to ask Faust to relay my words to Vergilius, but I wasn't sure where she was. Fortunately, Honglu was still here with me when it noticed me looking around. I decided to ask for his help.
30 minutes, Dante.
I always have so many questions floating around in my head. Whenever I stand in front of this man, my brain seems to decide to forget them all. Why didn't you stop her earlier, Vergilius? Earlier when Don Quixote challenged Camille to a duel. You need a translator. You needed a translator. Dante asked why you didn't stop the fight earlier.
So that's your look of reproach. I see. As you must be well aware by now, the Sync Association often chooses duels as a means of resolving conflicts. But they are well known for letting bygones be bygones, once that conflict in question has been resolved through a duel. Perhaps the lasting memory of some ancient chivalric virtues has been pounded into their bones.
I see. So picking a fight with a fixture from any other association or office might have caused a real problem for us. But the nature of the sink made this a pretty safe altercation, huh?
Stopping Don Quixote from challenging that fixture to a duel would have only exasperated the situation. Besides,
Vergilius gave a long pause.
it is about time our third sinner woke up.
Weird. Isn't Don Quixote the most lucid one out of all of us? Honglu's interjection was so sudden and random that I wondered for a moment if he thought we were talking about someone else. What do you mean? But Honglu did not correct himself. He pointed to his eye and continued. Her eyes, Dante. Always twinkling like two bright stars. They're so fascinating. Eyes, huh? I noticed that the light in Honglu's left eye was growing dimmer, like light fading away as it sinks into the depths of the dark waters. Wait, I have something else I want to ask you about. What I really want to ask Vergilius about was what happened on that train. I wasn't sure if I could bring that subject up in front of Honglu, especially when Faust wasn't here.
What's wrong, Dante? You look flustered for some reason. No need to shiver your clock hand so nervously, Dante. You don't actually believe I wasn't let in on what happened aboard that train, do you?
Sounds like Faust kept him updated. Well then tell me, what was going on with Don Quixote back there? No, I mean, what is she?
They're asking what Don Quixote is. Dante, it is not a wise use of your time to ask a question to which you can find your own answers. Besides, there are more pressing questions you should be asking. What shall happen with our third sinner, for example?
I get it. It's Don Quixote's turn now. But you're not going to answer that question either, because I'll get to the answer anyway. As long as I keep riding the flow to wherever it takes me.
Your hands have stopped trembling. I'll take that as a sign that we have an understanding. Should you ever find yourself growing anxious in La Mancha land, when things start to go awry, remember these words. Henceforth, whatever happens, Don Quixote will remember the promise. Dante.
The promise. I have no idea what that word is supposed to... I have no idea how that word is supposed to assuage any of my fears. Vergilius isn't the type to waffle on meaninglessly, so I suppose there isn't anything else I can gather from him at the moment. Sometime later, back among the sinners at the empty lot. Don Quixote, about what happened earlier.
Verily, 'tis a marvelous day. Wouldst thou not agree, manager esquire?
It is?
'Tis. Today alone I had the joy of espying a pound of association fixture with my own eyes, the honor of clashing my steel against Sir Camilla of Sink, and, indeed, Sir Camilla was a fixer most righteous in becoming in his live streams. I have not even an ounce of doubt in my mind that the kerfuffle was not but an issue of miscommunication.
How did you even access his streams on the bus?
Manager esquire, forsooth, I am finally beginning to feel as though we are tackling contracts worthy of true fixers. To slay the wicked beast that liberate the innocent from suffering. 'Twas my dream of a lifetime indeed. Sir Vergilius will once again insist that our primary quest is to lay your claim upon the golden bow. Yet, I shall eradicate La Mancha land, even if it costs us our quest. And mark mine words, for I shall rescue its victims as well. Every last one of them.
I stared in silence as Don Quixote boasts. I think I saw stars twinkling in her eyes, like Honglu said.
Oh. Tick, tock, Dante.
I've been looking for you, Faust.
Because you had business to discuss with Vergilius, it seems.
It felt as though she was accusing me that there wasn't any other reason I'd be looking for her, so I couldn't help but stammer. Now that I think about it, I don't see her alone with Karen very often. What were you two doing here?
Performing certain routine procedures with Karen. There's a certain examination procedure we must perform at an interval.
What examination procedure?
It mainly consists of gray matter biofusion normalcy trend test and gray matter response activity level test to electrical stimuli. It also includes several other tests, including external brain pressure variance test, the bloodstream distribution test to verify that the numbers are within the expected range, and... I will stop here.
I'm certainly not one to talk, but I'm once again reminded that Faust isn't very good at talking to people either.
Her passengers are going to an amusement park. More fun than the bus.
I've never been one to myself, but probably?
It is said that individuals partaking in activities within amusement parks have, on average, an increased heart rate of 1.5 times their typical range. Why? because they board vehicles that are meant to raise their heart rate and, in turn, their levels of excitement. It is known that one of the ride's most emblematic of the amusement park experience consists of the following procedures: binding the passenger to the chair, dropping the vehicle, which often takes the form of a train, from a 100-meter height to ground level within 3 seconds. Sounds like reckless driving. Must be a terrible driver. Worse than Karen. Perhaps.
She's one to talk, especially when it comes to reckless driving. I'm sure there are other more fun rides, right? Probably.
Perhaps.
You should go there someday. A real amusement park. Make a list of stuff you want to do when you get there.
Karen, Dante knows what you wants to know what you want to do. When? Where? They're asking you, should a day come in which you are allowed to travel with us to locations other than the bus itself, what would you like to do at an amusement park?
There's a long pause. Karen's eyes glimmered momentarily as they began to wander elsewhere.
Karen wants to eat a candy there.
Dude, she's so cute. I love Karen. She's such a cutie. Looks like today's one of those days when everyone gets a twinkle in their eyes. I want to just like hug Karen and show her the beauty and joy of the world. Take her around with me to wonderful places. We can go on journeys to the most beautiful sights. Anyway, we're gonna leave it there, but real quick, dude, what is the most worthy thing to get with the rest of these reward things I have? Is it the tickets, or is it the shards, or is it the EXP things, or is it the threads? I could get like 200 threads, or I could get a 10 pull, or I could get shards. Actually, I'll have 60 left over. So I could do... I'll just do the shards, I think. I think honestly the shards, yeah. Wow. Look at all those shards I got. Anyway, that was it for today. Thank you for joining me. It was really fun starting Kanto 7. I mean, we made some pretty good progress in it, alongside, you know, finishing up Kanto, or not Kanto, but the Warp Train Express Intervalo. I mean, we're on 7-9, and based on this, there's only 36. So we're a fourth of the way done. Yippee, a fourth. That's actually quite a lot, you know? That's a surprisingly large amount, I think. You finished 6-9 peak? What? Huh? We've done Kanto 6 a while ago. Eh? What do you mean I finished 6 to 9 peak? Fuck. Anyway, let's go find someone to say hi to. I got this Kanto 7. Fucked up. Ryuko is playing Dark Souls right now. I don't think I've said hi to Ryuko in a hot minute. Let's go say hi to Ryuko, okay, guys? Let's go say hi to Ryuko. Riko's awesome. She's super nice. Please go say hi to her. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. You will sleep well, stay hydrated. I'll be live again tomorrow for Super Robot Wars. Side note, though, so in case you guys didn't hear, but because I was talking about at the beginning, next week is going to be a lot less streams. I probably won't be streaming Monday or Friday. I am busy. So next week it'll most likely just be Limbus on Tuesday with Dinosaur of the Week. Wednesday will be probably Resident Evil. And then Saturday will be Super Robot Wars. That's kind of what it's looking like. And we should also, next Monday, they're having an announcement for Super Robot Wars. So we might be getting information on an expansion pass. So there might be more Super Robot Wars content for us in the future. Anyway, go be nice to Ryuko, please. She's having a great time playing Dark Souls. Bye-bye. Have a great night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.